So many memories. I remember the beginning of the construction of my school in Kazali, the work that went into it, the day of its inauguration, and the training I received.
Hi, everyone. How are we? Good morning. Did we party last night? Did I hear a yes? Good for you. I hope I see you in here for the entire day. Did you sleep well? Were you checking emails from like the office where you're not right now all night? Oh gosh, I know. But we're so happy to have you. Welcome to the second day. This is conference day 2 of the 38th annual conference and trade exhibition of CANTO. Of course, the theme, just as a reminder, is fostering a resilient data sphere for all. We just would like to acknowledge, as usual, our headline sponsor, CWC, our diamond sponsor, Digicel, our platinum sponsor, ATN International. And we want to also say hi to those of you who are watching online from wherever you are in the world. Thank you for spending your days with us, albeit afar. The live stream is sponsored by Telecommunication Services of Trinidad and Tobago, TSTT. As for the mobile app, I certainly hope that you have downloaded the event app, that you are using it, and that you are winning some points. There have been updates to the agenda today. In fact, there are two topics that have been added. It may not necessarily be reflected on the app or in the app, so please just listen to the updates as we go along. Our coffee break is at 11 a.m. in the majestic South Foyer, which is a little bit closer to the registration area. So it's not going to be directly outside of the doors here. Lunch will be held in the exhibition ballroom at 1:25, and the exhibition, of course, for any of you who would like to speak to the exhibitors, that opens at 12 p.m. Simtai, we'd like to thank you so very much for being our sponsor for our coffee breaks. Who got a chance to check out the AI-powered command vehicle? Did anybody get to check that out? So it's going to be, you got to check it out? Fantastic. So it's going to be there until 4 p.m. And then, of course, the gentleman who is operating it, he will be here as a panelist after that. So if you would like to see how it operates, it's best that you see it before 4 p.m. There's an EdTech conference happening in the veranda at veranda 1 and 2 from 10 a.m. to 4:15. So if anyone had signed up or registered or is a part of that, it's veranda 1 and 2. And finally, join us at 6 p.m. this evening in the Magnolia Courtyard for the networking event sponsored by our diamond sponsor, Digicel. And tomorrow, you guys got your conference shirts in your knapsacks. They're asking if you could kindly wear your conference shirts tomorrow, Wednesday the 19th, as we say goodbye. So yesterday we had a great day. We covered a lot of topics. The 3 C's of telecoms. We spoke about government framework. We looked at Wi-Fi as an insight tool. We looked at smart cities. We talked about financial inclusion, CSR, the Flow Jump Initiative, narrowing the digital divide, and then we closed off with the most magnificent panel, No Bias, Women in ICT. Oh yeah, absolutely. And as if that wasn't enough, we had the men come in, they sang the mini Ripperton, we gave away our smartwatch, and of course our women came later on, they did their Simone Says, and a smart phone was given away. So we will have the giveaways today. Maybe I'll come up with an ICT question. You never know. So we're looking ready. We are ready. We're feeling good to jump right into our very first presentation, our very first keynote for this morning. And it comes by way of Rosalind Layton, PhD, who is the Executive Vice President of Strand Consult and visiting research at Aalborg University's Center for Communication, Media and Information Technologies in Copenhagen, Denmark. I love Copenhagen. She leads Strand Consult's global project for broadband cost recovery, and her PhD measured internet regulation and innovation across 53 countries. She has served on the program committees of the International Telecommunications Society and the Telecom Policy Research Conference. She is a fellow of the National Security Institute at George Mason University and advises the Foundation for American Innovation. And the topic, which I think is extremely interesting, perspective on cost recovery for regional broadband investment. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly help me welcome Rosalind Layton, Executive Vice President, Strand Consult.
Well, good morning, everyone. Please, a round of applause for our amazing MC, the Beyoncé of conferences. Thank you. Listen, you get me up in the morning. Thank you so much. It is such an honor and a pleasure to be here. I want to thank the CANTO organization for inviting me, and I'm very pleased to speak with you today. So let's pull up our slides so we can get going. This is a topic, I think, which is important. For some people, they have what called MEGO, my eyes glaze over. They're sort of saying, I'm tired of hearing about telecommunications networks and why they have a problem. So I want to begin with that. Why should we care? So if you will, I'm going to show you a picture. So as she described, we are, just get started here, sorry about that. So I'm with Strand Consult, and this project grew out of an academic investigation that we had at Aalborg University. We have a team around the world in South Africa, in Australia, Peru, USA, and we work with Ghana Telecom University. So here's why I think you should care. If you look at if you look at this pipe, this is something that we observe on rural networks in the United States. We started out with a case study with 4 operators. We then validated it with 50 rural providers, and we've since got on board 300 rural operators from the USA who are attesting to this problem on their networks. And we've confirmed this with multiple surveys. There are about 1,000 rural broadband providers in the United States involved with the Universal Service Program. So why does it matter? Well, because the different services on the network have different resource requirements. So at any one time, about 60 to 75% of the pipe is being used for video streaming. And that may be only 5% of the users of the network. They can't control how that data behaves in the network. It will expand to fill the available bandwidth. 25% of that data is video advertising, something that people don't even ask for. The problem begins because 100% of the users need to access the socially beneficial part of the internet, whether that's public safety, whether that's employment, telework, telemedicine, learning from home, for example, and their use of the pipe is crowded out because of the video streaming, which end users can't control. Now, this is not an unusual problem. We've seen it's all over economics, and we solve it through pricing. However, our broadband models are based upon email from 1995. We're still selling internet service like it's 1995, and as if every transmission is an email. If that was the case today, there'd be no problem. Symmetrical traffic, it's fine, everybody has flat rate service. But the issue today is that the use of the network is very disproportional, but we have a pricing model that's not suited to the way the internet actually works. And why should we care? Because in the Caribbean today, about 15 million people have no internet access at all. That is truly something that needs to be resolved. You heard yesterday, we heard Narda Jones from FCC who talked about affordability. It's an issue in the United States as well. It's an issue around the world. And that's why we have to fix this problem. So what am I going to talk to you about today? We're going to take an overview of this issue around the world. A number of areas have already launched proceedings. They have policies that are preliminary or policies that have been rolled out in place. We can study them, we can learn from them, we can adapt. And where this, what I would suggest that, in fact, this is already on the agenda at the United Nations. In 2021, the UN Broadband Commission estimated that the gap between where we are today and where we need to be is $2 trillion globally. The amount of money that we need to invest in networks to give the universal connectivity for everyone is $2 trillion. And on top of that, half of the world is not online because of affordability issues. Now, again, that was something FCC brought up on Sunday, very important, amazing policy being rolled out in the United States that we can learn about. But I would suggest that we need to look at those issues together. It's just accessibility and affordability. So what are we talking about here when broadband cost recovery? It's basically a linear, rational process that every telecom regulator would recognize. We have networks, we need to account for them. Where are they not? How much data is flowing across them? Are they adequate and sufficient? Does everybody have access? Is it affordable? And finally, we talk about augmentation. And this is the term presented by the UN in its report. augmenting our business models with the participation of the largest technology companies, that they need to participate in a predictable, rational, transparent, and reliable way, and it needs to be sustainable. And that's their proposal. So what are the key methods that we see? And I'm going to suggest that there are 5 sort of buckets of where what we're talking about. Market-based cost recovery, regulated cost recovery, technological cost recovery, financial, and philanthropic. Now, the technological area is very important. We don't have time to go into it today, but I'd suggest to you about 30% of the internet traffic in the world today could be improved in its efficiency, in its encoding, and we could certainly improve some of the economics and cost by making that traffic more efficient, for sure. Now, but we're going to mainly discuss market-based and regulated cost recovery. Now, the main exponent of this is South Korea, which has had really a 40-year broadband policy, where they have always wanted to be the world's leader in broadband networks. Access, use, and skills, highest adoption of 5G, highest adoption of fiber to the home. And in that case, they're making the phones, they're making network equipment, they're exporting their content, and they want to make sure every single Korean has the world-class connection. Now, in their case, they had a situation in which the Netflix traffic exploded 24 times, almost overnight. And this is an instance where you have 50 million people, but only 5 million people subscribed to this particular service. Now, is it fair to make the 50 million people pay for something that only 5 million, only 5% or 10% use? So the Korean policymakers didn't think so, and they have since ordered that the 5 largest content providers need to engage in a cost recovery process with the local ISPs. This is because they don't want to punish the end users for accessing a service that they can't control how the data is being used, how the data flows in the network, whether it has adaptive bit rate, and so forth. So in any case in South Korea, you have, if you are 1% of the traffic or have 1 million users, you will engage in this cost recovery process. And that is really underpinned by this idea of technology leadership. They don't want to put undue burden on end users. They want to make sure that they maintain the world's best networks and that they maintain a high investment level. So that's really key for them. In the USA, we would see really a regulated model that's very pragmatic. The United States has many established regulatory instruments. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. And in this case, you have a number of proposals out of the Congress, bipartisan bills, as well as proposals to the FCC that say, look, we have large technology companies that are not participating in the affordability efforts. Remember, 20 million Americans are using ACP. Great program, $30 a month to help support the broadband cost. And so this is a case where we can make the legal argument, ethical argument, economic argument that companies like Alphabet and Meta should be part of the Universal Service Fund or be part of the affordability process in some way. Now, finally, we come to the European Union, and there we take a fundamental rights approach. In the EU, you have a regulated side of the market with net neutrality and end users. It's based upon end user rights, a fundamental approach. And similarly, you can take the same fundamental approach on the other side of the market with a fair share arrangement. Because there, the idea is not economics or affordability, it's simply that every end user in the European Union needs a fast, reliable, and secure connection wherever you are. And that the EU does not have a taxing authority. It can't do a pan-universal service model. So there, it would definitely look at a South Korean approach that would say that the ISPs and the content providers need to figure out how they make sure that every European has this kind of connection. And about 45 million Europeans are underserved today. And this is something that has already been captured in the European Parliament competition report. It's already been highlighted. It's not yet a policy, but these are things that are emerging now with the consultation on the future of connectivity in the EU. And similarly to the FCC, it is the decisions of these things come from the Congress or the Parliament. It's not up to the telecom regulator to decide what the policy is. They implement the policy. So presently in the US, in the EU, these bills are coming forward. There are amongst the ministers and so on. So it's not yet delivered, but this is the status of the discussion. So what, let me see. So in any case, you might say, well, why should tech companies really contribute? What's in it for them? Well, I would suggest to you, there's 14 million people in the Caribbean who are not online today. That is some amount of revenue that they would receive. And you can also see that the tech companies, they benefit the most from connectivity. They profit the most. They have the highest profitability in the sector. And similarly, as we've seen in South Korea, that even where there's cost recovery, the tech companies still profit. So last year, Netflix and Google booked record profits in the country. That's because the more networks you have, the more movies you can show, the more ads you can show. So there is a win-win. And we can already see tech companies are paying to some extent in a number of countries, whether it's for news, whether it's for existing interconnection relationships, or under the model in South Korea. So what are we talking about here? How could people want to say, well, how can we sort of how could these models work? Well, in the USA, for example, there's really a concern. We cannot raise prices on end users. There's already affordability challenges, and we don't want a model where the fee would be passed on to end users. So in that case, you need to look at an assessment on advertising revenues. And this has been proposed by Paul Romer, who's a Nobel economist. And in his mind, in this model, what you would do is you would focus on the largest advertising platforms where you can assess at a fraction of a percent or a very low percent, and the costs are not passed on because the end user does not have a financial relationship with the platform. Another way to do it is through cloud computing, and that might already make sense because under the telecom laws in the United States, there's already conventions around the interconnection amongst networks, and there you could put an assessment of, say, 20 cents on a terabyte and also raise a significant amount of money to cover universal service, affordable connectivity, and so on. Additionally, we can already see in the data that tech companies benefit because of the federal subsidy efforts. Meta itself reports 5 million new users last year, largely related to these affordable connectivity efforts. They get $60 a year from every new user. So there's a benefit to them to participate in a program that brings them users, which bring them revenue through advertising. So you could use a model related to a sales acquisition cost. Now, what could it mean for the Caribbean? Again, these are estimates. This is not, I haven't peer reviewed this, so I'm just sharing it with you today to give you a sense. But we can already see that the tech companies are making about as much money in the Caribbean as the telecom sector, yet the tech companies don't pay taxes, they don't have regulatory fees, and they're not participating in the cost of last mile or end mile requirements. So here we can see that I would estimate, based upon what's publicly available, that Google's making about $12 a month, Facebook about $5 a month, Netflix $8, and TikTok about $2. And of course, all those companies want to grow that revenue. But it's also significant that these operations are happening. And Korean authorities have the jurisdiction already to examine this, to see whether it needs to be taxed, to see whether it needs to be optimized for the Caribbean markets. Now, I think one of the points here is that, gee, there's no market failure. What's the problem? Well, I would suggest to you the United Nations already sees a problem of $2 trillion. And it would also be underscored by a Nobel economist like George Akerlof, who says, look, he's passed away now, but his Nobel work was, if the absence of contracts itself can be a failure, that we don't have discussions going on today between content providers and telecom providers itself is the problem. Because there's money on the table, there's money in the cash flow system that's not going to affordability efforts or connectivity efforts. We're all losing. We're all losing because 15 million people are not online in the Caribbean. So there is a market failure that we need to look at, not just in the Caribbean, but globally. And moreover, this is something that when we invest more in networks, we are making the networks more accessible for everyone. That's an investment that everyone can enjoy. So I want to thank you for your time today, and I look forward to your questions and comments. And I also want to encourage the Caribbean authorities that to not be intimidated by this discussion. In every jurisdiction where this has gone forward, there has been a lot of pushback from the tech companies, but they've had to persevere nonetheless, and progress has been made. So you could certainly see the differential in the Caribbean itself is just $150 billion. Every nation is small in front of the tech industry, but that doesn't mean that you should not pursue the policy. This is the job of governments. It is the job to make sure that the networks are built for everyone and that they serve everyone, not just the tech industry. Okay, so thank you.
$2 trillion is a lot of money, but we have been talking about accessibility, availability, as well as affordability. And so we thank you so very much, because what she did was she just basically opened up for the panel discussion. And the esteemed moderator will be Carolina Limbata, head of America's Cullen International. Carolina heads Cullen International America's services covering the telecoms, media, and digital economy sectors. She has been responsible for enlarging Cullen's portfolio in the Americas, most recently developing the new Spectrum service for the region. I will invite our esteemed moderator to come to the stage, and of course, she will introduce her panelists. Please make her welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Rosalind, for the introductions on this topic. The discussion started very strong this year with the consultation in the European Commission and also another consultation in Brazil. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the Brazilian government is also doing a consultation right now. It's undergoing a consultation, and both the European Commission and Anatel, the Brazilian regulator, are asking for data and for information in order to see whether this issue needs to be regulated and how should be regulated. So on this topic, we already heard a lot of data from Rosalind, and we will hear a bit more with our other two panelists, Mrs. Lisa Agard, she's a chairperson of CANTO, please join us, and Ms. Steve Eslar, partner of Research ICT Solutions. Rosalind, we welcome you all to the stage. We will give a few minutes of presentation to Steve and Lisa for them to present their general overview, and since we are all women here, we will start with the gentleman. So Steve, please.
Good morning, and thank you. If we can move on to put my presentation up. Rosalind, thank you so much for the introductory keynote, and you've laid it out really nicely for a fruitful discussion. I'm going to take aim a lot of what Rosalind says and disagree with quite a lot of it. So hopefully that'll lead us towards a greater discussion. If you could put the presentation on and move on to the next slide, please. And I will then use this. Thank you. Okay, so it's difficult to see precisely here, but really what I want to do is focus on that discussion that Rosalind had about market failure. And I think this is the critical point that Beric in particular has also raised, is that we need to identify market failure prior to any regulatory intervention. And that's where the difficulty really comes about. Now, one of the issues is that we're talking about cost recovery, and one of the studies that Rosalind mentioned was the rural broadband study. And I think that we all know that universal service is a difficult area. We're talking about areas that are not commercially viable, cover enormous geographic areas in some instances, like the United States. But there are two features in particular that I want to raise about that study. The first one is that it's using or it's based on a uniform pricing model. In other words, those operators have decided that they'd like to use a uniform or level pricing model. That's not always been the case, but that is the case now. And there's no need for regulatory intervention on the pricing side if that's been a business decision to have a uniform pricing model. The second point I want to draw is that the economics of a rural broadband provider are entirely different to all other kinds of networks. We know that they're difficult. That's why we have universal service funds. The entire point is to address the fact that there is no commercial viability in these areas. To extrapolate from rural areas to all broadband providers is part of the issue. And that's where I think we need to challenge whether there is market failure in this area or not. The second point, and I want to just digress very briefly, is that a lot of this discussion is based on the need for data. And I have a little brief bio about myself. I call myself a data wizard. I'm always searching for extra forms of data, more data to show us an argument. And one of the problems we have, and Berwick has highlighted this both in their trip to South Korea and in other places like the EU consultation, is that we don't have access to sufficient data at this stage. So we're making claims based on the absence of data. And what I want to try and do is bring in some extra data to show you where there may or may not be market failure. The second argument is that we have, for example, in the European Union, and we can use the UN estimate as well, the European Union, we have 174 billion euros of required investment. Now, this is ultimately a political objective. This is not saying that we don't have any networks in these areas. It's not saying that we require this investment in order to have networks. This is to provide quite ambitious targets like 1 gigabyte of access to everybody, universal 5G access, et cetera, et cetera. There are obviously other areas outside of the European Union, Africa, from where I come from, where we have massive issues with massive amounts of unconnected people. But that's where we have we have to look at new business models, and this is not necessarily an instance where there is market failure. And then, of course, we have another component, which I think we need to also mention, is that there's other mechanisms to get investment into private networks. And those could be tax breaks, there could be spectrum. We know that spectrum is an area that needs to be reformed and needs a lot of work. And there's one of the primary areas, especially in developing countries, that could be used. And then the final point, and I'm going to show you in a slide further on as well, is that in private investment at the moment in both Europe and the Caribbean, actually, is being very positive, is being growing. And the problem we want to make sure is we don't crowd out that private investment. We don't only have government funding. So we want to have a mix between government funding where it's required, because we don't have commercially viable areas where it doesn't work to have market forces play. And we also want to make sure that we encourage private investment. And we're seeing that private investment is increasing. Now, if private investment is increasing, why do we have market failure? This is one of the primary points. The third area is that we have massive increases in data usage, which makes investment in infrastructure uneconomic. And again, I want to point out that in the Caribbean, for example, private investment has increased from 2016 to 2020. I don't have any more recent data than that. Of course, it dipped in 2020 as a result of COVID, but nevertheless higher than 2016. We have EBITDA margins and return on equity are still amongst the highest in the sector, and I'm going to point that out in a future slide. And finally, we also know that the connectivity segment remains one of the most profitable in the world. And the point I would want to raise here is that if we're seeing certain trends globally, why is the Caribbean different? And we need to have data to show us what's different about the Caribbean. Data so far is not indicating any difference between the Caribbean and trends globally. The final one is that telcos are unable to negotiate better terms because of an imbalance in power between the very large streaming platforms, for example, and the much smaller telcos. And I think that really what I want to focus on there is that we know that market concentration in the connectivity segment is already very high. It's a regulated segment. You have to get spectrum licenses or operating licenses. And so it's really a concentrated area in comparison to other areas of the value chain that are not regulated and are not as concentrated. So my overall conclusion basically is that the value chain is growing in size. The connectivity segment remains the most profitable globally. I'm just going to point out that one section of the connectivity, we're seeing that the growth of the overall is 331%. That's significantly high. Nobody can complain about that. It is lower than other segments, true, but not that much lower. Market access, I was going to point out the various EBITDA margins, return on equity, and cost of capital. Now, cost of capital is a critical component, and we see the connectivity segment has a lower cost of capital than any other of the segments in the value chain. By the way, all of this data is available in our report, so you can get detail on that. So there's no market failure in the Caribbean. Let's go and talk about that in a little bit more detail. Really what I want to show is everybody claims revenues are declining rapidly. And in some instances in the Caribbean, yes, we are seeing that. But we are seeing increases in investment. Now, if private sector sees that there's a return on investment, they must be seeing that there's some kind of transitory structural issues in the market that are going to change, and that they will see a return on their investment in the future. In order to contradict this, to say there is market failure, we should not be seeing any private sector investment. I want to just point out Jamaica as one of the examples. The ICT sector, for example, has grown really strongly over the past few years. We're seeing operator revenues decline, but the sector as a whole is increasing. So unfortunately, we don't have up-to-date Digicel figures. They keep them very private. We'd love to have them more information on that. But we can see that, that their growth has been declining quite rapidly. Now, the issue is, this is not an instance of market failure. The ICT sector as a whole is growing. Digicel is struggling. That's management issues, business model issues, not market failure. This one I'm just going to point very briefly that a lot of the expansion that Digicel has done has been via debt, and therefore the finance costs in particular have grown absolutely enormously by over 46%, and so their expansion is to a large extent funded by debt. No criticism, this is purely a business decision, got nothing to do with market failure. What's changing in the Caribbean sector? And one of the most interesting features is there's been an increasing movement towards fixed networks. And really what I want to point out here is that we have fixed networks, while the penetration remains quite low in some countries, it's rapidly expanding. A lot of the private investment is going in towards those networks. We're also seeing that the pricing is much cheaper for fixed in comparison to mobile. And we're also finally seeing that the bandwidth is considerably faster for fixed than it is for mobile. And then the final point, and this goes to, again, what Rosalind was mentioning, this flat or uniform pricing is relatively new. There's been other mechanisms where we've had conditional data packages, especially from mobile operators, for many, many years. And this is just an example of where we have that kind of pricing strategy from mobile operators. So the assumption that flat or uniform pricing is here to stay or is by necessity the case is not correct. We have a long history of different kinds of conditional packages being offered in the market. It's just that they've gone out of favor. Again, this is a decision that's related to management, related to the business model. It's not necessarily focused on market failure. So briefly, the global internet value chain is still expanding. The connectivity segment is still one of the most profitable around in that value chain. There's no indication at this stage of market failure, and the data that we have is not showing that. The existing challengers already have solutions that obviously might have to be modified. Universal service funds, for example, are traditionally very difficult. Getting money out of them is not always easy, and those need to have some kind of reform. And then finally, we already have packages that deal with the issue around uniform or flat rate pricing. So why invent the wheel again when there are solutions already in place? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. I'm sure you proposed a very lively discussion after this. Lisa, could you take the stage? Yeah.
Good morning, all. So I'm not quite sure what part of the Caribbean Steve lives in, but I can give the assurance that there is considerable market failure in the telecoms sector in the Caribbean, and I will illustrate with some very specific data points. Hopefully it will convince Steve.
Thank you.
Oops. Right, so we are telecoms operators. I like to say we are in an existential crisis. And the crisis is driven by OTT operators, big tech, generating a considerable amount of traffic on our networks. So we're caught in this very vicious cycle where OTTs leverage our networks to develop their products and services. Customers seek access to new services and telco networks. And again, you hear big tech argue, as you've heard Steve just say, about push and pull. Well, customers, yes, they demand these services, but a lot is pushed on them as well without their consent and knowledge. And then we, unfortunately, have to respond to the very specific demands made out by our customers to invest. So it's not as if we have a choice not to respond to our customers' requests for additional services and data. We have to continue to invest in those networks. And so what we are saying is that there's a need to update the internet model to reflect the changes that have evolved since the 1990s. Where there was website-based internet, you heard Rosalind talk about it, to what there's the internet of platforms of today. Now, data points, real data points. We commissioned Axon Consulting to look at the usage and distribution of traffic across the networks of all major operators in the Caribbean. What did we find? No surprise. 6 big tech companies, Meta, Alphabet, TikTok, Netflix, Amazon, and Microsoft, are responsible for 67% of the total internet traffic in the Caribbean. Let me let that sink in. 67%. We have invested collectively over $500 million a year, or 0.5% of the GDP of the Caribbean, in network upgrades and improvements since 2017. Did we have a choice about doing that? And whether we raise capital from equity injections or by debt financing or from other loan financing is an irrelevance. The fact is we had to do it. Mobile traffic data has increased by 500% over the past 4 years, and there's been a significant improvement in the quality of service and penetration of internet to consumers, equating to about 100% improvement in mobile broadband speeds over the period. And we have to ask ourselves this very significant question. In the context of flat and declining revenue for telcos, who is benefiting the most from telcos' investment? When you have big tech companies utilizing 67% of your data and making zero contribution to network investment, who's benefiting? So our challenge, we invest collectively about 18 to 20% just for LTE. We are investing in network capacity to accommodate OTT operators who are making zero contribution to that network investment. And 4G investment really has not recovered, even though construction started 5 years ago. And 5G is with us. Is there a business case for 5G in the Caribbean? We say, unfortunately, there isn't. And are we going to be left behind? Pressures on our investment and returns. The US dollar, as you know, has appreciated significantly against Caribbean currencies. And Steve, we don't produce telecoms equipment in the Caribbean. We have to buy everything from the United States or elsewhere, denominated in US currency. The average cost of capital in the Caribbean is not 8%, sir. It's actually between 11 and 13%. So I do not know how you conclude that the most profitable part of the value chain is connectivity. If you're basing it on an 8% average cost of capital, that is incorrect and inaccurate. Caribbean taxes and regulatory fees are about 30% average. And as I said, all equipment is purchased and denominated in US dollars. The Haitian gourde has declined against the US dollar by about 57% in the last year. I wanted to show this slide because I want everyone in here to understand what is happening with 5G adoption in the rest of the world. Look at Asia, look at China, look at Europe, look at the United States. To the very far right, you will see that the estimate for 5G adoption in the Caribbean by 2030 is 2%. Look at the rest of the world. Look at North America, estimated 51% adoption of 5G. Europe, 35%. Greater China, 48%. Asia Pacific, 12%. The Caribbean, 2%. Must we be left behind? A two-tier world is developing with the EU, the US, and Asia dominating the internet sphere, and Africa and the Caribbean predictably being left behind. And I want to illustrate a case study from the country that I come from, Trinidad and Tobago, and to challenge some of Steve's assumptions about the performance of the telcos in the region. These are not TSTT's figures. These are from the regulator in the country, the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. There's been a significant decline in fixed voice calling over the past 10 years. It has declined by 74%. It is now down to 143 million minutes per annum. Mobile voice calling as a result of OTT applications has declined by 22% between 2009 and 2021, accelerated in the last few years. And don't talk about international incoming and international outgoing. That sector has collapsed. We're seeing an 81% decline in international incoming between 2009 and 21. 89%, 81%. And similarly, on the international outgoing side, a decline of 83%. So that's down from 259 million minutes per annum to 41 million minutes per annum. And as operators know, that used to be a good source of US currency for us. That has disappeared. And yes, while we accept that there has been an increase in broadband coverage, an increase in revenue, which we'll talk about later, that has not been sufficient to offset the loss in switched voice revenue. And I'll illustrate. Again, these numbers are not my numbers. These are from the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. So we're seeing voice revenue decline from 643 million million dollars per year in 2017 down to 348 million. That's about a 46% decline in revenue. On the mobile side, we're seeing mobile voice revenue, $1.5 billion in 2017, down to 958 million in 2021. That's about a 39% decline in mobile voice revenue. And yes, you will see to the far left, the fixed internet revenue has increased because of increased penetration, but it has only increased from 1 billion to 1.2 billion, and so that represents about a 22% increase in broadband revenue. The maths is simple, folks. Collectively, and I have not even included the decline in revenue from international incoming and international outgoing, the decline in revenue over the period in question in Trinidad and Tobago on the mobile and fixed side is a total of $902 million versus the increase in broadband revenue of a mere $215 million. Is there not market failure? Is there not a need for intervention? We posit that there most certainly is. And we have to recognize something in the Caribbean. There is no industry in the Caribbean, far less digitalization efforts of the governments, that can proceed without a robust, ubiquitous, affordable broadband infrastructure. Governments have to encourage, in the best ways that they can, continued investment in these networks and infrastructure. Otherwise, there is no economic basis for development and growth in these small, already vulnerable island economies, and that there is a need for intervention. And I want to leave this final thought with you while I'm here, that as Caribbean people, we should reject the notion that 14 or 15 million of our people must remain unconnected because of this market failure. And we should reject the notion that we ought to be left behind in this digital age. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, Lisa, you have the audience. You already won the audience. So let's jump on this discussion. I see that I talked at the beginning about getting data, and we have data and showing very opposite conclusions. So I would like to focus on that. You show that there is a market failure. Steve says that there is no market failure. Even if we will maintain this difference, but is regulatory intervention needed in order to advance in negotiations? Is there a possibility that regulatory intervention could hurt in some way? Because we talked yesterday about a light touch approach, and now we are asking for regulatory intervention. So I would like to focus on this, and Roslyn, we will start with you.
So, well, thank you to my fellow panelists who really help highlight the discussion. So what I'd suggest to you, if you look at the issue around the world, that there has been a very huge difficulty to bring the tech companies to the table. And for example, in South Korea, we even had an instance where Meta turned off the data to their own customers. And this was brought a case from the Korean Communications Commission in protest to that. So, and we've seen in the United States, I have the surveys from rural broadband providers which attempt to reach out to the tech companies to attempt to recover the costs, and their emails are not returned, they're ignored. For 3 years of litigation brought by Netflix against a broadband provider, a small broadband provider in South Korea, consistently saying, we have no obligation to pay or negotiate for the use of your network. So that is why the government had to get involved to force a good faith negotiation. If you want to have a market solution, you need to have, the companies must respect property rights, they have to respect the duty to deal. And I wish it could be, as many people say, this is all great and it's a symbiotic relationship and everybody's benefiting. But in practice, we see it's very difficult to get the parties to speak together because they're not showing up for the discussion, or they refuse to even acknowledge a problem. Lisa.
So is regulatory intervention required? The telecoms operators' preferred approach is for all parties to come to the table and work collaboratively and work in the best interests of all. We know that there is an increased market opportunity with 15 million customers who are currently unconnected, and the opportunity to provide even more products and services to those that are already connected. And we genuinely feel that if parties come to the table with a good faith approach to discussions and negotiations, it will not necessitate regulatory intervention in the way that can be contemplated. That having been said, however, if it is those good faith discussions and negotiations yield no meaningful benefit, I think governments and policymakers in the Caribbean should say, we will not be left behind, and we will do whatever it is we need to do to protect our economies and to give our small island states that are already vulnerable to all sorts of global crises an opportunity to survive and thrive.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Now, I told you she has the audience. Steve, now, after this big club, what's your
And I'm
your
not a
take on this?
politician, I hope.
I have my work cut out for me, clearly. I think that my answer would be that, well, to take the obvious, nobody wants anybody to be disconnected. Of course, like, who on earth is going to argue you want to keep people disconnected? I think my response would be that you're taking too simplistic a view, simply because this panel is called Cost Recovery for Broadband Investment, and is targeting one cause. The targets are the big streaming platforms, essentially. And I would say that regulatory intervention in other areas is necessary. We know that spectrum is an issue. We know that there are other things around taxation. Taxation is an enormous factor that we have to address. We aren't discussing any of those issues. We're focusing just on one minor problem where we are having difficulty identifying where exactly that market failure resides. I think to respond to Lisa's claim around, your facts around Trinidad and Tobago, let's look at Jamaica. Why is the Jamaican ICT sector growing and growing so quickly? There might be problems that are specific to Trinidad and Tobago compared to what's happening in Jamaica. The argument that you need to make is that every country is suffering from the same problem. The argument that I need to make is that we are seeing variations between countries because there are structural differences between countries. There are specific issues between countries. The Caribbean is not a uniform set of countries that are all the same. There are different factors facing each one, and we have to address what those factors might be. And it's not clear to me that we can all focus on just one cause for all the problems facing the Caribbean. Let's look at the issues around investment, for example, or the decline in international voice calling, voice and SMS. That's part of the old business model. We know that the new business model is data-based. Operators might have taken a bit too long to move over to the new business model and have been penalized. Some haven't. Again, we're seeing variation between operators. And then finally, just on that one slide, you were mentioning about fixed revenues. But what about mobile broadband? We're seeing a massive increase in mobile broadband in comparison. So the increase is not just fixed revenues, but also mobile data. So we need to keep in mind the whole picture and not just specific elements of that picture.
So I just wanted to clarify one thing. The TAT data does combine on the fixed side, the internet piece as well as the fixed piece. So that data includes mobile broadband.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, we are already past our time. I'm getting a bit told off, but just a short close-up of the session. So why now? Why do we need this discussion now?
So
Rosalind.
basically, it will be impossible for all of us to agree what is fair, but we can at least agree that things aren't free. And I would just come back to what I think we all agree, that everyone should be connected. And there's a simple premise here. Those that benefit the most financially have a responsibility to participate. Full stop.
And Steve, I will leave you to the end.
Yes.
Steve, so why do we need to solve this now? Even if it is the conclusion that we do not need a fair contribution, as you stated, or contribution to broadband cost.
Well, I think that there's a couple of features. And the one is that for the first time, we're seeing stress on revenues. We're seeing that in some countries, revenues are declining. And suddenly that mobile operators don't just have a single graph going upwards like this. And that introduces new challenges that need to address. And part of those challenges, and we've got the same issues in Africa, in the Caribbean as well, are going to be other regulatory factors that need to be more efficient. And I will come back to spectrum and taxation as one of them. But the other point then to also talk about is the internet and the value chain is not just about what's in the Caribbean. You need to connect to the rest of the world. And how do you do that? And you do that through first mile investments. So investments cannot just be looked at from the perspective of what's happening in a regulated, licensed arena, but also what's happening outside of that space as well.
Okay, thank you. And Lisa?
I think Rosalind summarized it nicely for us, but from an operator's perspective, we are in crisis. We have done the analysis. Big tech is utilizing 67% of our data. There is market failure. There is a huge stress on our sources of revenue. And as Steve mentioned as an example, or the utilization of universal service funds. Well, guess who contributes to the universal service funds? The self-same operators. So you can't, it is unfair to transform the burden of some of the regulatory challenges to the governments merely to revise their taxation structures. Already there is a whole source of economic activity taking place over which they receive no revenue. We have to do something now. The time for talk is over. The time for action is now. And if we want to see our islands develop and participate fully in the digital economy, we must act in the interests of our customers and our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. And thank you all for giving such a great discussion. We will keep discussing all this year. And for next CANTO, I need to have a whole day on fair share. I cannot deal with this short panel anymore. We cover a few questions, and we have a great discussion. Thank you
Carolina.
to you,
Thank you,
and thanks to CANTO for the invitation or for enabling this discussion.
I don't know about you guys. I thought that this was a riveting discussion. I said, well, if we're going to open with a panel discussion, it should be this one. Maybe next time we'll have the title be like the UFC of data. I think a lot of people would pay real good money. No, I really appreciate the fact that we can debate. I think debate is healthy. I think debate is necessary. I think we have to bring different parties with different perspectives to really flesh out a particular topic. And I thought that all ideas contended extremely well. And I'm so thankful, so grateful. Carolina, thank you very much for being an amazing moderator, and all the panelists for really bringing your whole selves to this discussion. We truly appreciate it. Another round of applause for that discussion about cost recovery. Oh my gosh. And we're moving from one superstar discussion into another one, and I certainly know that you guys will absolutely agree. We're moving from perspective on cost recovery for regional broadband investment, and we're going to a fireside chat, a Digicel fireside chat, and the topic is perspectives on the Caribbean's ICT sector. Now, the moderator, or esteemed moderator, will be Bryan Ellsworth, who is a journalist with over 20 years of experience covering Latin America and the Caribbean. He lived for 18 years in Venezuela, where he worked as a freelance reporter and as a correspondent for Reuters News, covering political and humanitarian crises. He also spent 3 years with Reuters in Brazil and a year in Miami, covering the Caribbean. So Bryan has reported from 12 countries, including Ecuador, Colombia, Guyana, Haiti, and the Bahamas. He speaks fluent Spanish, Portuguese, as well as intermediate French and Haitian Creole. He's currently a freelance reporter and editor based in Washington, D.C., so we say bienvenido, bienvenue, and bienvenido to Bryan Ellsworth. We cannot wait to hear what he does as the esteemed moderator for the very next panel or fireside chat. And so the question is, when you get a moderator at the caliber of a Bryan Ellsworth, well, who is he going to be interviewing? Who is he going to be having this discussion with? Well, this man needs absolutely no introduction. However, let us do it. Denis O'Brien, who is one of, oh, did I hear a whoop? That's fine. If you want to go woohoo, that's absolutely okay. Denis O'Brien is one of Ireland's leading entrepreneurs. In 2000, he founded Digicel, who's a diamond sponsor, the largest telecommunications business in the Caribbean and Central America. Now, Digicel provides mobile data, cable, TV, and enterprise business solutions with over 10 million subscribers in 25 markets, including Jamaica, Haiti, Trinidad, Bermuda. Denis is a member of the UN Broadband Commission for Digital Development. The objective of the commission is to bring broadband to the 3.5 billion people in the developing world. He also chairs the Haiti Action Network and is a director on the US Board of Concern Worldwide. Finally, Denis is the founder of the Repair Campaign, which seeks to amplify Caribbean voices calling for reparatory justice from former colonial powers through apology and financial reparations. The Repair Campaign, working with the University of the West Indies, is developing socio-economic reparatory plans for each of the 15 CARICOM member states. It is intended that these plans will help provide a roadmap for operations. This is Denis O'Brien, founder and chairman of Digicel. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Bryan Ellsworth and Denis O'Brien to have a Digicel fire chat with the topic, Perspectives on the Caribbean's ICT Sector. Please make them welcome.
Thank you very much, Maureen. Yeah. Wow. Dr. Terry, some exaggerations there.
So,
but thank you.
This is my first time at CANTO. Really appreciate this invitation. Oh, wow, okay. Applause. I'm never done a fireside chat before, so I'm kind of accustomed to shouting questions across the room at people who are sort of chasing out the door. So this is going to be a new experience for me. I spent a while last night trying to think of how would I introduce this, but I think that job's been done for me. So I think I'd like to know what you make of this, what's been said about Fair Share and about Digicel as such.
Well, first of all, you know, it's great that Meta sent Steve here to talk to us this morning. And that means that this is a very important thing, but also there's a lot of misinformation. There's one thing about Digicel, we publish our numbers. And if anybody knows what's happened in the last 6 months, we definitely publish our numbers. You know, there's two views of the world on the podium here. There's a view from a Carnival cruise liner looking out the window. And there's people who are actually running businesses like Lisa. So, you know, I think there's a lot of misinformation. And, you know, for example, in Jamaica, our numbers are growing in constant currency, but because of the US dollar decline, in dollar terms, they're not growing. And that's part of the problem. So, look, you know, we know where we are. I think there's a lot of people in this room that now have very strong feelings about this. I think, you know, the question that we've all forgot here is the moral question. You take TSTT, they employ maybe 1,000 people in Trinidad. They pay Social Security for them. They pay their taxes. They pay VAT, sales tax, corporations tax. And then you've got the other people who are the OTTs, the big tech people. They pay no tax. They don't employ anybody, and they put all their revenues through a data center where they actually frank the transactions so they pay no tax in a tax-free zone. So which business model is a better model? Is it pay no tax to the communities and not fund the governments in this room? Or is it, you know, a way of actually contributing to your community, developing your community, and developing people? And in my mind, and I've been thinking about this a lot, this is modern day slavery. Because big tech generates $5 billion of revenues in the Caribbean and employs nobody, okay? They pay no taxes. The telecoms industry, represented by C6, have the equivalent, about $5 billion of revenues. They pay all their taxes every month and they contribute it to society. Because in Jamaica or Haiti, if people are not paying taxes, there's no health service, there's no children going to school, and there's no fresh water. So I feel very, very strongly, and I'd love to get Zuckerberg here to talk to us and rationalize his business model versus our business model. And I think we can be proud of our business model being an honest one and versus something that is immoral.
Now, Steve had mentioned that basically described this as a pricing problem. In other words, these are pricing models that allow everyone access to data, and that, I think the industry would also argue that every megabyte is created equal. So 1 megabyte that goes to load text on 10,000 websites is the equivalent to 1 megabyte used to stream 1 minute of video, just to give an example. I don't know if that. How do you respond to the idea that, A, it's consumers? I mean, if we're talking about a pricing model, it effectively means that consumers should be paying for these broadband costs, and B, that this is discrimination against them, is the argument they've made.
So if you're going to New York today on American Airlines, do they give 67% of the seats for free?
Not to me.
No. So the model here is that we're funding free distribution for people who are generating the equivalent and more ARPUs than the operators are putting all this CapEx into the ground. So if you take in the Caribbean today, Google gets $12 a month from every one of its eyeballs. Netflix gets $7.99, and that's going up all the time. And Meta about $5.05. And then TikTok, which is on the ascendancy, is around $2.25. So Digicel, Flow, AT&I, GTT probably have an average ARPU of $10. But we're plowing money in every year, like 18 to 20% of our revenues. They're not doing that, and they don't have any commitments at all to the Caribbean. So you have a relationship which is completely imbalanced. And, it's interesting to hear from Rosalind. She made a very good presentation to the ministerial group yesterday. It was fact-based. When the ministers go home and back to their countries, they have to, and I know they will look at their decision on the basis of what are the facts here? What is the data telling me? And what are the circumstances of the market failure that we're witnessing? And how bad will it get over the next 3 years? So I think it's a very, very important point.
So I guess the term market failure, it gets used a lot, and maybe I'm a little bit reluctant to wade into that debate, in part because I don't think there is a checkbox to say we now know it's a market failure. And we know that regulatory action is not based on this anyway. It's based on when regulators believe something is necessary and when people want it.
I think, Brian, I suppose just one number. The return on capital employed in the Caribbean in telecoms is 3%. The cost of capital is 14 to 15%. So, just on those numbers alone, there's market failure. But, there are many different definitions of market failure, and there are many people more qualified than I am in terms of regulatory people in this room that can, actually come with numbers and say, yeah, definitely this is market failure.
So if this were just a pricing solution, if we were just to say, well, we're going to change the pricing structure and now you have to pay for these things, would this not cut off an entire subset of the population?
No, it'll roll out more broadband. For example, if we got paid and recovered our cost and the cost of rolling out increasing capacity, which is growing up by 25, 30% a year, if the total CapEx spend for all of us in this area is about 500 million. If you recover that 500 million, well, then we're going to roll out fiber to the next 14 million people who are not getting it at the moment. So it's a reward at the end of this that if they're made to pay their fair share of the distribution costs that they enjoy for no cost at the moment, but if they were to contribute on a modest basis over the next number of years, well, then we will see 5G coming, maybe even 6G, and more fiber to the home, and nobody's going to be left behind. And that's the most important thing. At the moment, everybody is constrained. They can't spend more than 18 or 20% of their revenues. Neither their boards, their investors, or their lenders will allow them to do that.
And what is the consequence if there isn't a fair share? Where is the Caribbean headed if...
I think the There will be modest investment because of the cost of money now is just so high. I think investment is going to slow down substantially. I think decisions will be made in larger companies by other people who will say, we just don't want to invest in smaller countries anymore. So in time, that could lead to only one operator, which would probably be regulated like electricity, and that has pluses and minuses. But I think we're heading into a very volatile and a lot of change over the next couple of years. And that's why there's urgency here. We had a conversation last year about this, and we gave numbers, and that's why we really are in force majeure territory, and the CTU really need to move on it.
Now, these are, obviously, this is, what it comes down to is there's investments that need to be paid for, and there's dispute over how those should be financed. And ultimately, it's up to, I think it's the regulatory authorities that will have to, and have always in every industry set rules about how this will happen. What do you believe that regulatory agencies in the Caribbean should be doing now about this specific issue?
Well, first of all, I think no one country should go on its own and say we want fair share to be implemented. So there's strength in numbers, because what we've seen with Meta and Google is that they bullied countries. If one country, most recently, they turned off the new Facebook News in Canada because the Canadian government said you need to do a similar arrangement what happened in Australia. So, they are very thuggish in their behavior.
So they turned off?
They turned it off, and I think it probably turned it back on now. They always make a threat, but they can't make a threat to CARICOM, because these are small island developing states. Some of them have very big economies like Trinidad and Jamaica. Then other countries are smaller. So there is strength in our numbers within CARICOM. And, I think CARICOM can reach a conclusion here that will save the day at the end, very quickly.
And where is CARICOM on that? Where are the individual nations on that right now?
Well, we obviously had a ministerial meeting, which was a private meeting yesterday, but I have to say at the end of the meeting, not at the beginning of the meeting, I was very encouraged that we are on a path, and a path where this will be properly debated and discussed within every sovereign nation, and a conclusion reached, and hopefully CARICOM then will implement it.
So one of the slides we saw was about Digicel, and basically saying Digicel had these problems because it took on too much debt.
Look, if we can all look back and say, we can all live with a wing mirror, but I'm not a wing mirror person. But we invested $6 billion in the Caribbean, in 25 countries, spread over 25 countries. We have followed every technical advancement, 2G, 3G, 4G. We haven't done 5G, and we won't be doing 5G at the moment. And we have laid fiber, like tens of thousands of miles of fiber, and connected up homes in the Caribbean. So at the end of the day, if your cost of capital goes from 7 to 15%, you have a problem. And I decided, well, I will go and talk to my lenders and say, take equity, and we will reduce our indebtedness in lieu of that. And that's what's happened.
Yeah, so that was what I wanted to get to. This is a new, and I think one of the big questions at the conference now is, there's going to be new owners, new shareholders at Digicel, yeah. And people are asking, I think, a lot, what does that mean for Digicel? What does it mean for the countries where Digicel operates? And what's next? What's next for Digicel, and what's next for Denis? That's the question.
Well, I'm remaining as a 10% share with an option to go up to 20%. I'm staying on the board. There's an entirely new board, and that's fine. So decisions, before we were able to take maybe more risky decisions through investment. Would we invest, for example, fiber in St. Lucia, for example? We decided to go ahead on that. I have to, now in this new situation, as with Liberty Global, you have a board of diverse interests and diverse views, and probably not as big an affinity as I had for the Caribbean. So most Americans' experience of the Caribbean is Carnival Cruise Lines. our sandals.
All inclusive.
That to me is, all very well, but it's not the
It's
real.
not the life,
It's
no.
not the real Caribbean that I know.
Yeah. So was that big leveraged bet? That was a bet on wiring the Caribbean with fiber optics. Is that correct?
Mainly that. Yeah, we put a substantial amount of money in that. But look, that's life. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Why did you make that investment? Why was that important to you?
Because I felt that was an extension of the mobile business.
Uh-huh.
And, it's been from an operational point of view and a penetration level and revenues and Anibal, it's been very good, okay? But we obviously had to pay for that, and that's a very expensive investment. Mm-hmm. So it's the way of the world. If you're an entrepreneur, you win with the sword and you die on the sword. Mm-hmm. So that's the way it goes.
Ever was it thus. Yes.
But there's no there's no schadenfreude. We move forward. The team remains the same, and now we become a way much levered and probably more dangerous company in the marketplace.
And what will that mean for everybody else?
We will probably up our level of competitiveness.
So the new owners are now fixed income investors.
Yes.
This is a different type of business than the one you've been running for 22 years, I believe, of being in the field, a real passion for the wires and the cables and the deep knowledge of it and the relationships. And the company's now going to be owned by people who are basically looking at numbers and returns. That's a financial business.
Yeah.
As you said, that makes it a more conservative overall approach. How else will that change the culture?
I hope it'll be a
Digicel?
good mix. There'll be conservative and there'll be, some people who'd say, come on, we got to do this. Mm-hmm. There's always, our CapEx committee, has so many demands from 25 countries, all looking for money. Mm-hmm. We have to be very, very, very disciplined in how we spend our CapEx. Mm-hmm. And I know many governments will say, why don't you fiber every home? But that's just too difficult. Mm-hmm. And maybe we could do that if fair share, or part of it anyway, most of it, if fair share was done. Mm-hmm. So if you got a country like Haiti, when the currency goes off by 60%, actually 80%, it's now back to 60%, and there is complete rule of law, and your company is employing 3 people as kidnap negotiators full time, you have a problem. Mm-hmm. It's not a simple environment as such, but there's one country I love, and it's Haiti. And I love all the countries in the Caribbean, but Haiti has something very gritty and very, very exceptional. And unfortunately, the French government in 1804 left them with nothing, and then demanded half their income as a country for the next 150, 160 years. So, if Great Britain or somebody demanded half the income of, say, Antigua, Barbuda, all the way for 150, 60 years, Antigua would not be the developed country that it is today.
Yeah, now, if you look at Haiti as such, when you first started, you said, I want to sell this service in Haiti. People laughed at you, right? People said, Haiti, how can you make money there?
It was, our chief executive sadly passed away, Colin Des. Many people in this room would know him, but we arrived into Haiti one day, 2003, 2004, and we got into a high-ace van, a taxi, and drove around Port-au-Prince. And we just saw everybody buying and selling. Nobody had a phone. Everything was conducted on the streets. There's just hundreds of thousands of people. And after a couple of hours, we went back to the airport, and just, the doors of the plane closed. And he said to me, this is unbelievable. So you had 10 million people at that stage. Now you have 11 million people. None of them had a phone. Today, half the population have a phone from us. We have a competitor from Vietnam. It's a very dynamic market, but it's a very difficult market. Mm-hmm. But we have an all-Haitian management team. Wow. And when you ring them up, they never complain about anything, even though their mother could have been kidnapped, their father, their sister, and they're living in a reign of absolute terror. So, you know, people will see from pictures of film of Sudan, like 4 weeks ago, they're living like that all the time. So, you know, it is an extraordinary place.
Now, you know Haiti much better than I do. You spent quite a bit of time there, and I did, however, I was covering for Reuters
Of course, yeah.
the blockade of the fuel terminal last year, and that was, I think, even from a distance, was terrifying. But I was watching, and you know, Digicel was one of the ways we could see what was going on, because Digicel was saying we cannot service our cell towers, we cannot, because there's no fuel, so we cannot get fuel to them. How much did that situation contribute to the problems that later came up for Digicel, the Haiti crisis as such?
I think that, you know, when 70% of your network is down because they're not on the grid and you have to fuel them every few days and you can't get the fuel to them, that's a problem. But like, we were giving fuel to hospitals because hospitals, you know, emergency theaters couldn't work. You know, everybody was helping each other at that stage. So, you know, we had no traffic on our network. Our network traffic fell by 70%. We lost $100 million of revenue annualized. So when the shit hits the fan is big. And
ladies and gentlemen, Denis O'Brien.
You know, there's nothing I could do. You know what I mean? Like, it was mayhem. And, you know, our staff, you know, just only a few weeks ago, we had 4 people garroted and burnt outside our office. You know, our office has been shot up, our staff have been kidnapped. It's like a constant battle, you know, and constant insecurity. If you have children in Haiti, you're worried that they'll get raped on the way to school. And unfortunately, the international community are saying, God, gee, I just can't do anything about this. You know what I mean? So Canada said they'd do something, then they resiled from that. The US is under pressure to do something. Jamaica, believe it or not, is probably the leader in the region, and Prime Minister Holness has done extraordinary groundwork. He's been to Haiti. He's had a number of people over from civil society and political movements there to Jamaica for talks. But there needs to be a renewed impetus. The UN in the last few days have issued, you know, their views, and that they're giving everybody 30 days to do something or to come up with a plan. But you cannot take out 10,000 gang members that are really well armed unless you use force. And unfortunately, in Haiti, there's been all these foreign interventions over the years, and the population are tired of it. And they're saying, gosh, why don't we create our own capability and train our police force, because they don't have a military, to actually take on these gangs. But, you know, that's easier said than done, because you need to train 10,000 men, plus the US now has given 30,000 visas to Haiti. So you've hundreds of police officers every month resigning to go and work in the US, and there's a brain drain of other people, nurses and doctors and accountants also are leaving the country. So there's so many things going on that, you know, there's no one solution. There's no one magic solution here. But, you know, there is a way of actually getting the country to create a new constitution, to have proper elections, and to have an international force working with the police force in Haiti to actually stop the reign of terror that is there at the moment.
Mm-hmm. The problem that I feel like was kept coming up last year was getting the United Nations to find someone who wanted to lead this force, and that seems to continue to be a problem. With
you also have the Russians and the Chinese blocking, you know, a UN force going in. Mm-hmm. So this has to be a force that is predominantly CARICOM led, mm-hmm. And that is difficult because, you know, the police forces and the armed services within the Caribbean are small in scale. And, you know, if you're trying to assemble a force of 5,000 initially, that's going to be a big ask on a lot of the CARICOM members.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to ask you as well about the repair campaign, which I know something you're very passionate about. I've studied it, and I think it's a very interesting idea. And I'd be interested in saying, like, I think there can be a dynamic of these initiatives whereby people who look like us end up making decisions for what should be made by others. Why would you say this proposal, this idea is not going to do that? I have my own thoughts on that, but I'd rather you.
You're really saying, why is a white Irish guy involved in reparations?
Well, yeah, sure. And why is a white American guy talking to him about it? No.
But let me deal with that.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So, first of all, I've been coming to the Caribbean for 25 years. We went for a license in '97 in Trinidad. So, I've always got this undercurrent from people, particularly political leaders, that when the countries of the Caribbean got their independence, they were left with the cupboard bare, completely bare, and they were left to fend for themselves. And the United Kingdom did not really help substantially countries. So if you take 30, 40, 50 years later, what's happened is hurricanes are happening now more frequently. COVID increased debt to GDP in most countries by 10%. And there's all of these extenuating, and plus global warming, all these extenuating circumstances where, something has to be done, because countries in the Caribbean need to become knowledge-based countries. And instead of, depending totally on tourism, they need to diversify their economy. But all along the way, people have said, we want reparations. So you've two schools of thought. The general population say we want money, but that's not realistic. And I think governments should be the ultimate beneficiaries, because then they can invest the money that they receive for reparatory justice in various initiatives that will help their country. So at the moment, we have sent out rapporteurs. These are people that have gone to all 15 countries. They've interviewed more than 280 different interested parties who all have an opinion. They've collated all of that. And we are then developing reparatory justice plans based on investment. And the money for this will come from two sources. It'll come from the United Kingdom to the English-speaking Caribbean and the European Union. The Dutch then, obviously, recently the Prime Minister and the King put their hands up and said, we did wrong, and they've apologized. That has not happened from the UK. So we're working with the University of West Indies to work with all the governments, 15 governments, every ministry. What are your plans? If you had, blue sky money, what would you invest in? Would you use water treatment? Would you go green energy? Would you give free third-level education and grant aid to people who don't have limited means? Students don't have means to go to university. So what are the things that you would invest in? Health, for example. Jamaica's hospital, all the hospitals should be renovated in Jamaica, because many of them have been the same, in the same position they were in 1970, for example. So every country has a bespoke plan. We will have the 15 plans completed. We've nearly got 4 or 5 of them done already. We'll have all 15 ready to go to the British government, hopefully by the end of the year. This is all within the keeping of the 10-point CARICOM reparations plan, which is most important. So we're working on a cooperative basis, and we're working in partnership with Sir Hilary Beckles, who's the chair, but we're working with all the reparations committees in every country, so that we're doing this in a partnership. So we think that when this is all added up, it would be substantial budgets and investment support. There may be an element of debt write-off as well, because many of the countries have a debt to GDP in the 70, 80, 90 mark, and there could be a debt write-off. The precedent here is the Millennium Debt Campaign of 2000, where 36 countries in Africa got all their debt written off if they agreed to invest in health and education. That has been transformative of Africa. Now, the economies are at a different level in the Caribbean for the most part, but all of them need investment, and they all need diversification. So this is not something that's pie in the sky. I think there is a movement, particularly in Europe and in the Caribbean, to get something done here. And I think this would be the best possible outcome. For example, if you take Jamaica, the plantation owners and the slave owners got 23 billion payable all the way to 2015. compensation was paid out every year to 2015. So when we did our focus groups in UK, people said, oh, you know, this is a historical thing. We want to deal with it. No. This is 2015. So 7, 8 years ago was the last payment. And if you drive in from Heathrow, every big building, every big business, you know, any universities or public theatres, were all paid out of slavery. So the Industrial Revolution was funded. And now we have a situation where the wider world, the wealthy world, is polluting the system. We have got problems now across the board in terms of climate change. But who are the countries being hit the worst? Small island states. They're being hit the worst.
Now you said, we chatted about this yesterday, and you said the intention here is not to embarrass the United Kingdom.
No.
It is not a utopian idea. It's based on a pragmatic study of actual needs by these governments. How does that play into, I mean, I think the idea is to make this more of a kind of concrete, this could actually happen. Because I do hear a lot of people say this will never happen.
I'm more optimistic. I'm getting more optimistic every month because the Church of England, for example, have said they're setting aside 100 million. And that's a very big institution. The head of the Church of England is the King, King Charles. So I don't, you know, I'm not interested. This is not an anti-British thing. This is about making good for what happened. And people talk about what happened in the Second World War, you know, what happened, you know, 8-9 million Jewish people were murdered. This is triple that, and of equal importance in my mind. So, look, we've good days, we've bad days in the campaign, but I think this is going to take 2 to 3 years, and I'm hoping for a good outcome. And it's a collaborative approach with every government. That's the most important thing. And also it's listening to, indigenous people, Rastafarians, and every interested group that has an opinion on this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like I say, I see the skeptics you can talk about. For example, there's a column published on the Repair Campaign website by Barbara Blake Hanna, which says the cost of repairing slavery is so great as to bankrupt all of the nations who were involved in it. And as such, there is no way that they could ever compensate this.
Yeah, look, we're not going to get 23 billion for Jamaica, but would we get 1 or 2 billion over 25 years, which would make a substantial difference? More like 2 in my mind, and that will make a profound difference to what Jamaica can invest in and diversify its economy with. So it may be more than that. We don't know. We're working with the university with what we think ultimately should be assigned to each country.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Great. I don't know if you want to add anything else. We do have, I think, time for questions.
Great. Thank you very much,
Brian. Has any, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Well done. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
Denis.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Well, I was going to invite you to give him a round of applause, but there was standing ovation and everything. For those of us who were here last year, we would have heard Denis O'Brien. He delivered a keynote. I don't know if for those of us who were in the room, and it was extremely sound, and it was solid, and it was sobering. And instead of it being a keynote this time, it was a fireside chat, and I found it to be very, very sobering, where he touched on many things. But I think one of the things that was a huge takeaway for me is that when it comes to investing in countries that really need the help, it comes with it a lot of risk. And sometimes, you forego the return on investment because it stops becoming more about profit, but it becomes about the people and how can we take people from one level to the next. And certainly, I think on behalf of everyone in the room, we just want to thank you for all the work that you have done, and we would hope. We would hope.
We left time for questions. I don't know if people want to ask questions.
Were there any questions? It looks like just admiration.
Wow, all right.
Okay. Well, if there are no questions, it means that they've actually covered it completely.
We did.
We did. Thank you so very much, Sir Bryan. Thank you.
Well done. Thanks a million.
Sir Denis. It's good that whenever we have conversations about ICT and telecoms, we can also speak about morality and the ethical part and the humanitarian part. You really can't leave one without the other. Another takeaway, just diversity. As much as we are islands and we believe in our sea, sun, and sand, we have to be diversifying our knowledge-based services, and we have to know, look at investment and how we can transform. It's a perfect segue. He's always spoken about his love for Haiti, and it's a perfect segue for our very next presenter, who will actually be presenting on the CSR part of Digicel. I am referring to Sophia Stransky, the CEO of the Digicel Foundation, Haiti, and we're so happy to have her. She's done so much work, and we're looking forward. We got a little touch of what Digicel has done in Haiti, but certainly we'd love to hear from it from the foundation standpoint. So, ladies and gentlemen, kindly put your hands together for Sophia Stransky, CEO, Digicel Foundation, Haiti.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As you can see, I'm Sophia Stransky. I've been working with Digicel in Haiti since 2005. I started on the commercial side, and in 2012, I transitioned as CEO of the Digicel Foundation. Today, I'm here to talk about our sustainable outcomes through our investments in education. But before, I'd like to begin with a quote. And I think you'll know the person who gave this quote. So in 2004, the Digicel Foundation was founded on the simple premise that wherever Digicel grows, our communities must grow with us. As we were saying, it's also about the people. It's not only about the bottom line. And this is a quote from Denis O'Brien, our chairman of Digicel and our patron of the foundation. We have 3 foundations in Digicel. Our first foundation was set up in 2004 in Jamaica. It was followed in 2007 with our foundation in Haiti that was set up just 10 months after the business was launched. Lastly, we have a foundation in Trinidad and Tobago. Each of these foundations is an independent organization governed by its own board of directors, and each has a dedicated CEO. But I don't want persons here to be thinking we only invest in Trinidad, Haiti, and Jamaica. That is not true. We are larger markets. And when you talk large markets, you talk large budgets, well, you need proper, good governance. So for that, we set up foundations. But Digicel invests $7.5 million in the non-foundation markets. There's no doubt about it. Digicel DNA is very, very much about corporate social responsibility. So, how do we create sustainable outcomes? One thing is clear focus. We know we want sustainable development programs. We have 3 main pillars: education, community development, and special needs. Each country may weight these pillars differently, but one thing for sure, we each have our North Star. We know what we want to do, because as a foundation, you cannot be everything to everybody. It's just not sustainable. Throughout the years, we've made an investment of $134 million in these 3 countries. Haiti's had the lion's share with $83 million, followed by Jamaica at $44, and lastly, Trinidad and Tobago at $6.5 million. Every year, the foundation receives a budget from the company. Each foundation has a strategic plan. We have programs that have SMART goals because it's essential that we provide results. And these results are monitored consistently, first by the CEO and by the board. And at the end of each financial year, our financials are reviewed by a reputable external audit firm. Transparency, accountability, these are key to success. And transparency means what? Publishing your statements. And these are published every year in our annual reports and put on our websites. So I wanted to give you an overview of our structure. And anybody who wants to learn more about Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, or other social investments that Digicel makes, I'm more than willing to respond later. But today, I'm going to zero in on Haiti. Before going to the foundation, I want to talk a little bit about the country. Haiti is the third largest country in the Caribbean. Cuba, Dominican Republic are bigger. After Haiti, we have Jamaica, but we are still 2.5 times larger than Jamaica. However, we rank number 1 in population. Our population is 4 times the size of Jamaica. We speak Creole, we speak French. From a cultural point of view, that's perfect. But it also makes challenges for education, and it sort of isolates us from the rest of the Caribbean. Our GNI, gross national income per capita, annual, less than $3,000. I was discussing this at dinner, and I said, we will probably each spend that by the time you take the hotel bill, the airplane bill, and if you eat in the restaurant, you're definitely at $3,000 around here. All right? So, people are living off this in 1 year, what we've just spent in our weekend. Where do we rank globally? Human Development Index. There are 191 countries ranked. Haiti's ranked 163. The only Caribbean country to be ranked in the low category. Do you know how many are ranked in the medium category? 0. That means that all other Caribbean nations are ranked either high or very high. Interesting. Our life expectancy, 63. If you take a country like Barbados, their life expectancy is 22% higher than the life expectancy of somebody in Haiti. So that's you get the picture. The facts are, there's a lot to be improved, and this is, how do we do it? How do we do it? Well, it's very difficult now because we have lots of challenges. As Denis was saying earlier, 60% of Port-au-Prince is either controlled or under the influence of gangs. He talked about what was happening in just the area where our offices are. I happen to live there, in that area, and I actually had to be displaced from my house for 2 weeks because of gang activity. Year-on-year kidnapping, increase of 72%. I mean, you know what it is to go to work and you don't know what's going to happen in between going to work and getting back. I always feel blessed that I don't have young children anymore, that I don't have to worry about the school and going back from school. This is complicated. It increases the prices because it increases the price of business. Getting business done in a situation like this becomes expensive. So we have huge inflation, not on telecoms and other things. Huge inflations, almost 50%. I go to the market and I think, how do people manage? I have sticker shock, and I'm a privileged person. And you know what I realize? People are not managing. Almost 5 million people are suffering from acute hunger in Haiti. That's almost 1 in 2 people. Now, obviously we have to do something about this, but it's very difficult to do something about it when we have a president assassinated 2 years ago. No replacement and no sign of elections coming up. What else do we have? 0 elected officials in government. Well, I want to say thank you, because I know a lot of you are from CARICOM countries, and I know that there are a lot of people trying to make a difference, trying to bring a solution to Haiti, because internally it's very difficult. We have a prime minister who was never ratified and carries very little clout within the country. So I don't want to harp on about that, but I do want to say one thing. Despite the challenges, it is possible to do good work in Haiti. Our foundation was started in 2007 with a mission of really contributing to improving the lives of Haitians across the country, with really a focus on access, quality, education for early childhood and primary education. But because Haiti has other issues as well, we also invest in community grants in other areas. So where did it all begin? Why education? Only 15% of schools in Haiti are public. For a poor country, that's very little. Only 1 in 5 teachers is certified. I once had a teacher tell me, I didn't know it was actually a profession. You mean people go to school to be a teacher? That's how clueless. Teachers never seen the curriculum, but doing their best in the classroom. A literacy rate of approximately 60%. That means 40%. 4 out of 10 adults cannot read or write in Haiti. And only 2% of Haitians go to university. 2%. And you know what's really sad? 80% will leave the country looking for better opportunities outside of the country. Average years of schooling, 5.6. Now, I'm sure if I look in this audience, because I've heard very intelligent things being said, that we're at least on an average of 16 years of schooling in here. So imagine leaving school before the 6th grade. That really limits your opportunities in life. And the Haitian government cannot do it on its own, so it needs other organizations with it. We have a national budget for education of $200 million. Now, Jamaica is about 9 million, for 4 times fewer people and a more people that can afford, actually, to invest in education. So this is why we decided to invest in education, because education is vital to all sustainable development goals. If I am a father and I need to feed my children, I'm not going to hesitate to go cut down a tree to make charcoal and sell it. Clean energy is a luxury when you're poor. So it must start with education, because education breaks poverty. And that's when we can look at economic development. So, where did it all start? In 2006, so we rewind. I was a lot younger then. I was on the steering committee when we were creating the foundation. Like I said, at the time, I was opening the dealer channel, distributing recharge, but had a great passion for what we could do as a foundation. We knew we wanted to work in education, and we decided we were going to improve the infrastructure of a school. And we set out looking for a project. And we visited this one location. I remember. It was a tin structure, no windows, completely dilapidated. We went in, dirt floors, children with no proper furniture trying to learn. There were no separations. So, for example, you'd have kinder doing their ABCs, and this side you have maybe 3rd grade doing their multiplication tables. Impossible learning conditions. We got back and we knew exactly what we were going to do. We were going to build that school. And we did it. Our patron, Denis and Bryan, looking very young in the picture, he was there. And anybody who knows Denis and knows Digicel, you go big or you go home. And so while he's giving his speech, he promises the Minister of Education, who's there, we're building another 19 this year. We're all like falling off the bench. We were so proud. We were relieved we were going to take a break. Anyway, fast forward, we did it. Between 2007 and 2008, we built 20 schools. But wait, the challenges only get bigger, because everybody knows what happened on January 12, 2010. Haiti got hit by a devastating earthquake. Our infrastructure, the little we had, a lot of it destroyed. And another commitment was made. But this time, let's make it bigger, bolder. We're going to get to 150. 130 schools need to be built. Yes, it was a major challenge. Our 150th school was inaugurated on November 19, 2014. And then, since then, we've continued building schools, learning from our mistakes, making them, let's say, more resilient, and catering to a larger population. So 192 schools. On March 7th, now, we remember we were talking about March 7th, 2007. So March 7th, 2023, the Digicel Foundation celebrated its 16th anniversary, 16 years. And if you take 16 and you multiply it by 12, you get 192. And that's how many schools we had on our 16th anniversary, an average of 1 per month. Okay. And those schools are catering today to 62,000 students plus. That's more than the population of Turks and Caicos. That's more than the population of St. Kitts and Nevis and so many other smaller islands. This is a huge accomplishment, and it's done on a vision of somebody who wanted to give back to the people. So I don't want to hamper too much on this. These are some schools before we got involved. A lot of the schools are very modest. But Haitians have a true belief that education is the future. And they still send their kids to school, sometimes walking for miles. But always, when you see the modest homes, they come out looking immaculate. Maybe immaculate, but on an empty stomach, they're showing up. I remember I had an organization that brought in kids from a prep school in New York. And, you know, they showed up, T-shirt out, you know, stuff like that. And then the first thing their teacher said, they brought them to a school and said, do you see how you're privileged? Look at these children going to school in difficult conditions, and look how they show up with respect. And that is something to be admired. So this is our first school. I told you, our March 7, 2007 school. So this is where it all began. But we were told, never build another red and white school. I didn't commission billboards, I commissioned schools. So we had to repaint the school and send a picture back as proof. So that was the end. After the earthquake, it took some time. We needed to make sure that we had plans that were hurricane resistant. And we didn't really know we were that prone to earthquakes, so definitely earthquake resistant. Now, we also had to look at low maintenance because schools do not have a lot of budget. No school practically outside of Port-au-Prince is on the grid, so you need natural lighting, you need proper ventilation, and because we have 130 schools to build, we need a plan that's scalable. We can't each time be looking at the different terrain, so we have to have the structural calculations for the worst possibility terrain. So while we were getting all of this commissioned, we went through a brainstorming. There were a lot of containers. Aid was coming in and containers were around. So we decided to transform some of these containers into modular schools. It was a good short-term solution. But to tell you the truth, it's a bit of a sauna in there. So we didn't really keep up. Thank God. Our new plans were commissioned. This is not red, by the way. This is orange. Somebody told me. Okay. So this is what we did. They were simple. Remember, low maintenance. We wanted kids to have conducive learning environments. We were not building luxury schools. But we had, because there were a lot of children. I said, you know, sometimes it would be, well, let me have this and let me have, I said, you know, there are children all around the country that need schools. So we have to do this in, what would you do if you're a good parent? Are you going to give everything to one child because you're one? No, you need to give to everybody. So this was the motto. Even though throughout the years we did learn, you know, we made them more inclusive so that persons with handicaps could have the access. And also, sometimes we added some bells and whistles. And of course, in areas, metropolitan areas where land is not necessarily available, we had to go up. So that was it. 192 schools across the country, often in the most remote areas, not even accessible by car. Let me tell you, one of the requirements to work in the foundation is you must be fit, because you might have to work for hours and hours to go visit a school. Or unless you like donkeys, but even the donkeys get a bit tired, okay? So this is it. It was great. We built lots of schools. After the first 20, we realized, though, to really have sustainable outcomes, there was something we needed to do. Invest in upskilling the teachers, because quality also requires teachers that have foundational skills. And we did this. It was easy for the first 20. There were only 136 people. We, you know, every summer we'd bring them. We'd do, you know, basically summer courses. And it was fantastic. It was a small group. But when this number started growing and growing, we had to find another plan. And we partnered with the University of Quebec. And we hired 20 certified Haitian teachers. And University of Quebec grew their skills. So it was a cascade. And then they, in turn, became coaches to all of our directors and all of our teachers. But this was not a fly-by-night, let's have a one-day seminar and then you all of a sudden we get a teaching certificate. No, this was an 18-month program. So really focusing on making sure you know what you're doing, what you're teaching, and how to do it in the classroom. And in parallel, we were also training school directors in leadership and school management. Over 1,700 educators were touched by this program. It took us 6 years to complete. So great. You know, some of you may know sometimes you get a new diploma, and then you feel like you should get a little bit of a pay raise. Yeah. Well, that's what happened. So we thought we were over. We taught everybody. We built the school, but it wasn't sustainable. Because Haiti over the years has become poor. Parents can't afford to pay a higher tuition. So the schools needed more financial resources to be able to pay the teachers more. So we said, what are we going to do? So we collaborated with the Minister of Education, and we came up with a program that aimed two things. We need community engagement, participatory structures, so that we can improve sustainability and outcomes. And what is that? Maybe some of you in school, you were class president or something like that, or your mom was part of the Parent-Teacher Association. So it's all of these structures put together with all of the stakeholders, creating a school council, meaning this is our school. How are we going to make it work? And this is what they did. They worked on development plans for their schools. And once they had it all in place, we said, we're going to help you. We're going to fund a social enterprise so that you can generate income for your school and then answer to your other needs. So these took many forms. This took the form of something like goat breeding, or selling peanut butter, or selling cosmetics. It really ranged. But in the end, what was important, they was doing something that serviced their community and earning money doing it so that they could better provide for their school. So that's sustainability. We built, we taught, and then we gave them financial resources. But still, there are a lot of lessons learned. And what we learned, we did a whole study. of all of our schools. Some, there are always some bad apples. Some failed. Some actually never needed the financial resources because they were superheroes. They did it on their own. They could figure it out. We worked more with the ones in the middle. And what we realized, usually the superheroes were the ones that had strong partners. So I also think when we're doing work as a foundation, partnership is key. And we have been lucky. And I'm very grateful for all the amazing partners we've had throughout the years. Whether it's funding partners, but especially those on the ground taking care of the day-to-day that we are not there to do. And those may be faith-based organizations, or they differ, but they're key. Partnership is key. So if I can leave you with what I think the key to sustainability and foundations is good governance. We are not a business, but we must think and act like a business. We want a return on our investment. What does that look like? What is a return on an investment? It's how many children come through the system for me and get a proper education, because that's the outcome I'm looking for. I'm not looking for beautiful buildings. I'm looking for children that are going to contribute to the development of Haiti. But to do that, you also need focus. Like I said, I live in a small community. Everybody sort of knows I'm head of Digicel Foundation and be like, Sophia, well, I have my daughter and she's doing this and that. I'm like, sorry. We have 3 pillars. We do school construction, we do professional development, and we do community grants. And here's our criteria, X, Y, Z. Very politely, but that puts it to bed. And I'm sure it's true for lots of you. I used to say Digicel is like the official sponsor of Haiti. Everything they want our sponsorship. So community stakeholders, engagement, partners. For me, that's success. And I'd like to...
So many memories. I remember the beginning of the construction of my school in Kazali, the work that went into it, the day of its inauguration, and the training I received, which allowed me to become who I am today. It was while growing up that I realized how much education, opportunities, and good support can contribute to achieving your dreams. Furthermore, I discovered the incredible work of the Digicel Foundation across the country, not only in the education sector, but also in funding projects that can create stronger communities. I am convinced, like me, the lives of many children, adults, women, and men have improved through its various programs. Words fail me to express my gratitude to the Digicel Foundation. Thank you. Yes, thank you for your engagement throughout the country.
And that's it. Thank you. Merci a pile. Gracias. And, we've had a lot of wonderful partners throughout the years. And, even if it's not directly or indirectly, I'd like to thank everybody in the room for the support that people have shown to Haiti and to the foundation. Thank you. Sorry.
Based on the presentation that was just delivered, I know that we can do a much better job than that. In fact, I wish the room were full to have experienced that presentation. I am who I am today because of the investment people made in me. And by the time I got to high school and my family experienced a financial crisis, it was the investment of people who said, we will pay for your books, we will pay for your uniform, we will pay for your tuition, and all you have to do is focus on your schoolwork. And I would not have self-actualized if people did not say, we will help. If you consider the stats of rape and poverty and unstable government and everything, it is no surprise that people would say, Haiti? No way. We're not spending our money or our resources. And I think the fact that they not only stayed there, but they went further and they tried to figure out how can we make this sustainable means that they're touching sustainable goals 4, 5, 8, and 10. And if there's one thing she spoke about the Haitians, it is that you show up in spite of, you show pride in spite of, you are to be honorable in spite of. And it was just a blessing to be able to see how corporate, how private can do so much more work outside of just the profit. It's very, very sobering, and I hope that when we go back to our spaces, we will think about how we can do more in our communities and our spaces. So we thank Sophia Stransky so very much, Denis O'Brien, the Digicel Foundation of Haiti, for the work. We will now have our coffee break. It's 15 minutes. It's sponsored by Simtai, and it is taking place through, you can actually head through the doors here. It will be much faster, much easier in the South Majestic Foyer. So we will see you back in 15 minutes. All right, look at them running back to their seats. They're like, oh, Terry Carell is going to start on the mic. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. I know that sometimes it takes a little while to go get your coffee, get refreshed, to come back. I really do appreciate for those of you who are back on the room on time, because it simply means we can keep, I wish I had an Oprah moment, because you'd get a gift and you'd get a gift and you'd get a gift. You know, everyone would get a gift. But thank you so very much to Simtai for having sponsored our coffee break. So earlier we started at the top of the program and we were speaking about data. We had the data wizard go against, the ladies on the panel with regards to accurate data and the insights that we have. And now we're going to have a presentation and the topic is Unleashing the Power of Data, exploring big data analytics and edge computing in healthcare, finance, and beyond. And this presentation has two presenters. Bhuvaneshwari Godad, Master Technologist, WW Data Analytics and AI at HPE. Can't wait to hear your presentation. Bhuvana is a Master Technologist at HPE, specializing in data analytics and AI. With expertise in architecting end-to-end solutions, she caters to clients across various industries. Her proficiency includes modern data platforms, data governance, digital twins, data mesh, and AI, enabling her to develop and to deliver tailored solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together as we welcome to the stage Bhuvaneshwari Godad. And her co-presenter will be Bryan Kane, Innovation and Strategy Director, Digicel Group B2B. 12 years at Digicel across B2B, carrier services and market operations, specializing in cybersecurity, digital transformation, cloud, IoT, and data. Previously in AT&T NCR Global Data Networks for 10 years with special focus on data centers, banking and financial, retail and data analytics system. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to unleash the power of data. Kindly welcome them.
Okay, so thank you very much for that, Terry. Dr. Terry, much appreciated. So, slightly smaller room, so a little bit better, a bit more intimate and private, which is great. I think as we've listened all the way through the program so far, the word data has come up so many times, okay? The importance of data and how it transforms and changes things. And this presentation is not really about teaching you the importance of data. It's more about helping us to understand that there are ways that we can use data, very special ways that we can use it to advance many different things. Back in the early 1990s, this is an analogy that I kind of use to help us emphasize data, and I love this one because it really helps us to understand it. But back in the early 1990s, there was a huge tennis rivalry going on in the world between Andre Agassi and Boris Becker. Two tennis titans battling it out for tennis supremacy. And as time went on, Andre Agassi realized that Boris was very, very strong. He realized maybe potentially his career was over. He didn't think he could beat Boris. He went home, he told his wife, and he kind of submitted to that. But over the next couple of games where they went head to head, what they realized was he noticed something about Boris, something that he was doing. So just before Boris served, he noticed that Boris was touching the outside of his mouth with his tongue, whether he was going to serve left or right or straight ahead. Now, when Agassi noticed this originally, he didn't think much of it, but once he realized what was happening, he started to follow it. And surely he was able to return the serves. Now, he said later on that the hardest part was not letting Boris know that he'd figured this out. He tried to hide it for a long time, and then surely he got himself back into the game as Boris was his arch nemesis and he needed a way to beat Boris. But what it teaches us is that one tiny piece of data changed everything. One data point gave him back his career and gave him back his professionalism again and his confidence in his career. And this is not limited to tennis, of course. Formula One. Each one of these cars has almost 300 sensors measuring everything. They're collecting about 1.5 terabytes of data per race. And they're measuring driver behavior, weather conditions, tires, engine, everything that's going on. And surely they make all of these small improvements to the vehicle, to the way the driver's behaving as he's driving. And that's what allows teams to win. Formula One is a brilliant example, a high-end example of how data can be used, massive amounts of data. Of course, they also use things like analytics, machine learning, and AI, so that they can actually compute this information in real time, so they don't have to wait for the data to come back. It's not about sending data off to the cloud, letting it do its work, and then waiting for a while. No, they need this data instantaneously. A few years ago, I used to live in Martinique, and a very good friend of mine, Philippe, that's not Philippe, by the way, that's just another guy, but Philippe decided he wanted to quit his job. He wanted to open up his own stores. So he did it finally one day. Philippe was a bit of a geek. He loved technology, electronics, smart solutions, and he wanted to try to do something for himself. So he finally did it. He quit his job. He opened up 2 electronics stores. And initially, he was really happy with himself. He was delighted. He was living the dream that he always wanted to live. After a couple of months, he started having some problems. He realized that he was having some issues with his staff. They weren't happy about things. His customers were not happy. He wasn't getting time to do anything else. He felt like he was managing everything himself. And it was becoming really, really difficult for him. So one evening when we were chatting about this, we discussed it, and I said, Philippe, why don't you get some empirical data about exactly what is happening, and maybe use that data then to make improvements? And he kind of reluctantly said yes, but because he was a little bit of a geek, he decided to do it. So what we did was we put some sensors on the entry points of his stores. And the goal was just to measure the number of people that came in and out of the stores, what times they were coming in, which days were his busiest days, which parts of the month were peak times for him. Fast forward 2 months later, and all of this data now, just 3 or 4 data points, where he had collected all of this information. And he realized that he didn't need all of his staff in at 9 a.m. every single morning. He was now able to go back to his staff and replan the staff. He was now able to say, you don't need to come in until 10 a.m. You can spend some more time at home with your kids, or doing your chores, getting to the bank, doing whatever you need to do, which made the staff happier. Because he was able to replan his staff, now the customers were coming to the store at peak times. And they were getting served quickly, and they were getting in and out of the store. Business was starting to grow again. And the additional benefits came. It gave him more time to be able to work with his team, get them more training, give them more abilities, get them to manage more things. And as a result of that, the business is now doing really, really well in Martinique. Again, just another small example of how using just 3 or 4 data points can change everything for us. So data is how we make the difference, okay? Finding the data within our organizations, within our enterprises, our associations, our countries. We hold lots and lots of data, but is it just sitting there? Is it disparate? Is it disjointed? What are we doing with the data? In the Caribbean, of course, and I've lived in the Caribbean now for about 15 years. I know you can't tell from my amazing tan. That laugh was a little bit loud, but it's okay. But from this, living in the Caribbean, I've seen a lot of amazing things in this region, and honestly, there's nowhere else I'd really rather be. But we've also seen a lot of challenges around healthcare, education, safety and security, hospitality, and some of these other areas like e-gov services, manufacturing. This list is long. There are so many things that we're trying to do, so many things that we're trying to solve in the region. How do we take that data and turn it into these solutions? So, when we think about data, it's all about collecting, analyzing it, manipulating it, using it in ways to make decisions, make better decisions. How do we use it to automate things? How do we use it to create new tools that do things for us? At this point, I'd like to introduce Bhuvana, who is a master technologist. You heard Terry's incredible introduction there earlier. Bhuvana looks small and shy, but I promise you she packs a punch. Just listen to Bhuvana for the next couple of minutes. And as she's going through the solutions with you, some of these use cases, don't think about only what's on the screen. Think about your country. Think about your associations. What could you do with the data if you had something similar to what Bhuvana is mentioning here? So I'm going to hand you over to her for a couple of minutes, and then she'll hand back in a few moments, okay?
Hey, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone had a good coffee, had tea, right? With that, let's get into the data, into the deeper sections, right? Thank you, Bryan, for emphasizing the importance of the data, how it changed somebody's career, right? I can relate this to myself very well, right? I relocated from India last year to US, right? When I came into the US with big bags, if I didn't have technology, if I didn't have right data where I'm landing, where I'm going, and how do I book a cab, I would have lost in this country, definitely, right? Or you think of yourself, imagine this conference, right? If you didn't have schedules, if you didn't have a right amount of data, what is happening, where is it? I mean, we would all have lost, right? Or we would have all struggled to get the things done for ourselves, right? So data is not a new norm anymore. Data is a game changer today, right? And yesterday, during the panel discussion, right, ministers were mentioning or emphasizing a lot on digital transformation, data transformation. Yes, of course, all that is possible if we have technology behind it. Without the technology, I'm pretty sure those would become very difficult. I would not say that it is not achievable. It is achievable, but we need right data at the right time with AI tools and technology, correct? And if you understand more, or if we go a little deeper in today's generation, can I just say food, air, oxygen, water is sufficient for me to lead a life? No. I need data, I need data security, I need connectivity, I need AI to lead my life, right? So that's the world we are in. With this, let's see how things are changing, how the use cases are getting built, and how it is making difference in human lives, right? This was the survey which was conducted by HPE with one of the research organization, right? And when we saw the results, right, there was like 98% of the organizations mentioned that they are using AI in some capacity. Either they are doing some POC, or they are building something, or they are doing something with AI, right? And then 75% of the organization told that, we are putting more money, or it is in our top line where we want to invest more in data and AI, right? And then 47% of the organization mentioned that it is there in the top 2 initiatives, right? So this shows the power of the analytics use cases which are coming up in the country or in the enterprises across everybody across the globe, right? So behind this, right, there is something. There is data and AI, right? So little bit dig deeper, right? And you will see that 63% of organizations mentioned that they lack trust on data. If that is the number, then I don't trust my data, then how would I trust my AI? Today, that's the problem, right? AI is a black box for many people because I don't know what it is doing. It is doing something and giving me some result. That's what we believe in, right? And then 89% of the organization mentioned that they need hand-holding, right? They need organizations, they need enterprises, they need somebody to guide them, help them to bring those AI into the production. This I'm seeing in reality, right? When I talk to customers, some customers say our data is very good. We are maintaining it from 3-4 years. We don't see any challenges, but why are you not able to run the analytics use case, right? And some organizations are struggling where they know the use cases, but they don't know what is that they are going to achieve at the end of that use cases, what it takes for anybody to take it to the production. Those are the underlying causes which is missing. This is where HPE along with Digicel can make difference. We are here to support, we are here to enable you to build such use cases and take along and help you throughout your journey. And these are some of the emerging use cases which are gaining popularity across the industry, right? Healthcare. After hearing from yesterday and today, I'm becoming more closer to what is happening across the Caribbean region, right? Telemedicine is an important aspect. Why? There are remote places, Can we punish the folks who are in remote places by not getting the right medication support or a quality service, right? No, of course no, right? If I consider education, I was touched by the previous presentation where kids are struggling to get the education, right? Nobody is dumb, right? Everybody are intelligent. Given a right amount of data, given a right amount of opportunity, given a right amount of guidance. This is where the technology like augmented reality, virtual reality, virtual world comes into the existence. We see all these technologies in the enterprise running across, but that is reality or that is in real required for the human beings who are living in remote places where it can make a difference, right? Because our kids are tomorrow's citizens. How do I enable those kids to get a right education and how can they make difference? They are not, by not relying on the other countries. How can they start building their own use cases? How can they enable themselves and how can they, drive the country's success? This is where a kind of use cases or the technology comes into the play. With this, use cases is all fine, right? What are the building blocks behind these trending use cases, or how do I enable those use cases to come into existence? Data and analytics. Imagine you are solving a big puzzle. You have pieces of puzzle, right? And these pieces of puzzle are your data. If you don't join them together in a right way, in a right time, how do you make a difference, or how do you solve that puzzle? It's not possible. So that's where data and analytics. So you have to run the analytics on the right data with the right amount at the right time to make that whole puzzle to be solved, with just tip of your finger. And then comes machine learning. Can I make my machine to make some informative decision? Can I make it more smarter so that I can concentrate on something else? People get scared when everybody starts talking about AI, ML, it is going to take our job. No, that's a myth, right? You make a machine smarter so that you can think of something else, right? If we don't handle or if we don't give the things to be machine, then who will do the rest of the things? We don't have time. We have only 24 hours in hand, right? So that's how can I make the machine learning to be more accommodated within the space. Then edge computing. We are in a connected world. All the physical devices are connected. Everywhere there are sensors. How are we collecting that data, right? And am I using that data is the next question. And then comes your natural language processing. Can I make a machine to talk to me? Or can I make a machine to talk like a human being? For example, ChatGPT, right? Today, most of us use ChatGPT or any LLM for that matter. If I ask something, will it be able to respond or will it be able to tell me what I want, right? So that's the intelligence behind that. Computer vision, can I make a machine to look like a human being and react at the right time to make an informative decision or to derive the insight out of it? Or blockchain. Everybody think of blockchain as just the Bitcoin. No, blockchain is beyond the Bitcoin. It has a technology behind it where it can work on data which is segregated across the globe. And it has an intelligence to maintain the security of the data. We'll see one of the solution in further slides where we have utilized blockchain for one of the use case. Then comes how these building blocks, how these trending use cases are emphasized and how these use cases have been implemented in customer sites or where they're actually running, right? So the first one is safety and security, which is at the highest, highest priority, or nobody can compromise on safety and security, right? How can I maintain the sovereignty and security of my country? How can I maintain the right immigration or the border immigration processes? Or how can I bring in the stable economic activities for me to carry on in my country and by securing and safeguarding my citizens, right? This is one use case which we have implemented in one of the airport, right? Where the basic challenge they had is they want to operate the door or they want to open the door only for the domestic passengers, right? So what it does is it recognizes your face and says whether this passenger is a domestic passenger or an international passenger. If he's or she is a domestic passenger, then door opens. Behind this, there is something to think, right? During the COVID time, I can't touch anything, right? So How can I make a touchless doors to open for myself, right? If you want to relate this to more beyond, the airport or anything, think of this for any public place or even school. How assured I am that an intruder is not getting into the premises? How can I detect he has a weapon? I mean, whenever there is a false news alarm across, we get scared. Being a mother, I get scared to send my daughter to school when I hear that news, right? So it makes all scary. So this kind of use cases helps there, right? And then this was another interesting use case where it was deployed or where we built it for one of the country for the recon missions for the armed forces, right? Basically, this is for national sovereignty and security, right? And they used to take 3 days to train 3,000 images, and we reduced it to 5 hours, right? So that they can make their strategies or they can build their strategies in a right time at the right way. Then, these are some of the other use cases which focuses or which helps with the computer vision technology, where it could be any public property or anything, right? I mentioned about the school thing, right? So these are the things where the computer vision comes into the help and change the lives, right? Or may change the information decision-making process completely. Next is healthcare, right? Healthcare, we all know. With the pandemic, we all experienced why healthcare is important and how do we act, and are we prepared for the next pandemic? That is the first question which I would ask for myself, right? How am I going to secure my citizens for the next pandemic, right? So do we have a quality services? Do we have, how do I ensure that there is no disparity in the services which are being delivered to the people, right? So with this is one of the HP's brand or HP's innovative solution called Swarm Learning. What it does or what it is, like, let's assume, just keep aside the solution for a minute and let's assume I have a bunch of X-ray images, and let's assume in my region or my premises, I have images which are more heavily, or I have images only for the mass, right? So whatever the model I'm training with only the amount of data I have with me. So then when I predict it, obviously it is going to predict that it is a mass one, right? So how do we correct this imbalance? So that's where we built in or bought the technology of blockchain, made that these are the technologies, and this can be trained in anywhere across the globe. Train wherever you are, and then bring that to a centralized location. Use this to make an accurate prediction. So this was one good example, or this was conducted and this was trained, and we saw the impact of Chicago Hospital, London Hospital, and Bangalore Hospital. This was the result, and if you see the in detail of the graph, this was without swarm learning. If you see the accuracy marked in orange, it was very less. The accuracy was very less. But when we did with the swarm learning, it increased drastically. And when we started training it more and more, you can see the difference of how the accuracy has been increased and how blockchain technology along with the right data can make difference, right? But the other example is like we helped one of the non-profit organization where they wanted to collect the blood supplies and they wanted to predict the supply at the right time, because during the medical emergencies, I can't predict when I need what amount of data or what blood group I need, right? So how do we predict? This is how we did, and we helped them, being a data scientist with them, sat with them, worked with their data, and got them to the build more accurate results and make more accurate predictions for them. Does it stop with healthcare and safety and security? No, it can be the data and AI also come in hand with manufacturing and also to the agriculture, right? How do I increase the efficiency of my farmers, or how do I increase the efficiency of my whole process of agriculture process? Can I make my farmers smart, or can I bring in the smart agriculture process? Yes, it is very much possible. And can we make a predictable decision, or can I plan my predictive maintenance, or can I predict that when my machine part is going to go bad? For example, if you consider the oil and gas, they will have huge refineries. It is impossible for anybody to go check and plan the maintenance being a human being, right? We can use machines there. Put a sensor, collect the data, predict the thing, and plan maintenance. You are going to reduce lot of time and efficiency behind that. Then comes the smart agriculture. This is for the use cases where we deployed. We had drones which was collecting the data, gathering the data and telling us how is my crop, how is the pH value, how is the soil, are we able to do the water drip irrigation here? So when we deployed it, this is the dashboard which would give us a detailed description of everything, right? Including the health and temperature, when I can harvest, all those details, right? And if you see, this is one of the condition monitoring which I mentioned for the predictive maintenance, where we were able to predict everything on before and then help them to have a planned maintenance cycles, and then they reduce the downtime, right? And this was the dashboard for that. And then you can see we have also utilized the AR/VR technology there, where there were sensors within the motors, and it used to tell within the tab itself, like, what is the temperature of that motor, how is it working, what is the condition, and everything for that matter, right? So these are just some of the use cases. There are a lot behind this, right? So thank you for listening. I'll hand it over to Bryan for the closing.
So there was a lot to unpack there, okay? We're not going to go through everything. The purpose of, Bhuvana here and talking to us about this is really just to highlight some sort of capability and possibility. But it's more for you to think about, could we use this data differently? What sort of data points are we gathering? And how do we do those things? I don't know if you noticed in Bhuvana's presentation, the one about the swarm learning for the hospitals. It's difficult to get AI to start, learning from scans and from X-rays and from, CT scans, what's anomalous and what's real. But with swarm learning, you'd be accessing an AI that has already learned these things from other parts of the world. You can get access to that ecosystem. You can improve the identification of anomalies in healthcare, and you can use that information as part of your own countries, as part of your own associations. So data is powerful, and it does bring massive benefits if we use it correctly. But we've got to try figure out a way to gather that data together and use it correctly. This is the ultimate goal. This is where we're trying to get to. We're trying to create an ecosystem, somewhere where citizens can access information about themselves, about their education. They can get access to services like ordering passports and driving licenses and birth certificates. Maybe even their healthcare information is here. Maybe their children's information is here. This is the end goal. This is what's possible if we use the data correctly. It is extremely powerful, and it's extremely important that we see it that way. And again, it doesn't have to be a huge thing. Somebody mentioned earlier on one of their slides about think big, but start small. That sentiment is perfect for us. Solve one problem at a time. We don't have to go and solve everything, an entire ecosystem of things. Pick something that's a major issue for our countries. Pick something that's a major issue for our associations and solve that one first. I saw some countries actually focus on building a central citizen database first. That's a great idea, because once you have all of that citizen data in place with all of the proper data collection controls and all of the proper cybersecurity methods to protect that data, it gives you access to so many other ministries, and you give access to the correct data for so many different ministries so that they can use the correct data in the correct way. So I guess finally, at the end of this session, I think really it's all about executing on our dreams. Okay? We all want to see better healthcare. We all want to see higher detection rates in healthcare. We all want to see education improved. You saw one of the presentations earlier about improving overall education, telehealth, medicine, all of these different areas, immigration policies. There are so many things, but to do it, we've got to sit down and start picking out those data points. So let's all try execute on our dreams by unleashing the power of data. Thank you very much. We have a few seconds for questions if anybody has anything.
My voice was loud enough.
I could hear you. You were good.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Really, really interesting. And we live it, right? As you mentioned, we are collecting a lot of data. We're creating data lakes, data oceans, data planets. I think the biggest challenge that I see and would like to kind of get your perspective on it is, how do you make it easier for general users, ourselves, right? We're not data scientists. We are not the people that can crunch data to get the information out, because there's so much data, but it's like finding a needle in a haystack, right?
Yeah.
We need to make it simpler. We need to make it easier for me to be able to look at the data and then get the value out of it, rather than having to pick up the phone and call a data analyst or a data scientist and say, okay, help me get the data, right? Because what it does is it just delays our ability to take the data and analyze it real time, right? Being able to do that. But I'm just curious, how do you solve that problem?
It's a great question. Absolutely great question. And we get asked this question quite a lot. So, you know, ourselves, Digicel and HPE, and I promise this is not a sales pitch at all. It genuinely, we found some fantastic use cases, but we get this question quite a lot. I think the first thing is to understand where your data is. Okay, where is my data, and can I bring it all together in a single location? I think the second and key thing is reach out to partners. There isn't a partner in this room that wouldn't sit down with you and say, look, now that we see all of your data together, let's see what sort of, they will overlay the people, those data scientists, that will layer in and help you to be able to see exactly what's golden, where are those nuggets within your data framework, and how do we extract those so that we can use those for other things. So it is a very hard question to answer, and I absolutely love the question, but honestly, it really does need more of a figuring out where the data is, bringing it all together, and then sitting down and overlaying those scientists to start extracting things for you. And again, there's not a partner in the room here that wouldn't help you with that. Any other questions? Are we good? We're over time. Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bryan. Thank you, Bhavana. So, Bhavana, in Jamaica, we would say you're little but you're talawa, right? Really small, comes in a very small package, but she's a master technologist. These were my big takeaways, because a lot of the times we collect data, we capture data, we feel so brilliant because we have all of these data points and we have big data. Big data is completely useless if it is not actionable data, if it is not smart data. And I think that is what I got from them. Bhavana said it is having the right data at the right time, answering the right questions. Show of hands who has ever used ChatGPT? Show of hands who's ever used ChatGPT? Hands down. Show of hands who has used ChatGPT to complete tasks for work? Hands down. For those of us who are parents, who has used ChatGPT to help our children do their homework? Now, for those of us parents who are looking quite embarrassed, because we're here at an ICT conference, I believe that efficiency and productivity is the way of the future. And during COVID, when we were doing schoolwork, education online, the teacher was teaching about the 7 characteristics of living organisms. And she said all the children need to go back, to their space at home and write out and research. And we heard a little girl say, Alexa, tell me the 7 and the teacher said, no. Because the little girl forgot that her mic was open. And afterwards I spoke to the teacher and I said, well, the way of the world really is, how can I get the right answers at the right time in the most efficient manner? And so just even us exploring ChatGPT, we are exploring AI. And for many of us who are solopreneurs, I can have ChatGPT write my bio in no time. I'm a podcaster, and when I'm doing my different episodes, ChatGPT can write a summary. So imagine if you are a 1-person business or a 2-person business, you do not have the resources to pay everybody to continue to write content for you. And so I think in the room of people who put up their hands yesterday, they were afraid of AI. The question is, how do you use AI? How do you leverage AI to be more productive? And so I really enjoyed what Bhavana and Bryan just really pushed forward to show us how AI can be helped across industries. Fantastic stuff. So I just spoke about being a solopreneur, which really is the perfect segue for our very next presentation, which is about entrepreneurship. Tech Entrepreneurship Forum, defining a path for customer satisfaction in the dataverse. Our esteemed moderator is a CANTO director, Mark Reynolds. I think he was number 2 on the leaderboard, but he's no longer number 2. Mark is the general counsel of GTT Inc., Guyana's largest telecommunications service provider. And in this capacity, he leads the company's regulatory strategy before the government of Guyana and its respective sector agencies and guides the execution of public-private partnerships. He has a lot of information and knowledge about company risk, compliance operations, digital development, and he knows how it is to deal with international clients and influence policy and policy framework. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our esteemed moderator, Mark Reynolds, as we talk about tech entrepreneurship.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, no, afternoon. Time flies when you're having fun. So this is our second round of the Tech Entrepreneurship Forum for CANTO. And essentially, last year we had our maiden voyage on this. And essentially, what it is to do is, in the process, we recognize, the board of directors recognized that there was a need to have entrepreneurs at the table in terms of hearing the voices so that government stakeholders can also hear what is the process. Throughout the time, we have had mostly telcos, mostly vendors coming and speaking, but we have never been able to hear the persons that are in the trenches, and we wanted to ensure that this is a mandate going forward for CANTO. As such, without further ado, I would like to introduce my panelists. Hailing from Jamaica, we have Mr. Mario Sparks, founder and CEO of the Optimity Group. Mario in 2015 established the MS Tech Solutions, a firm specializing in ICT consulting. He later launched 2 startups, Purple Team and ATTX LLC, contributing to the formation of the Optimity Group of companies specializing in cybersecurity throughout the region. He has had the opportunity through his business and its tremendous growth throughout the region and throughout North America. He has worked with large telecom entities such as Nortel, Avaya. He brings a wealth of experience, both operational and technical, to the group. And he's a proud alumnus of the University of the West Indies. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mario Sparks, please. All right. So I have to have a pop of color to this panel. And with that now, we have Miss Ife Badejo. Badejo. Who did I get the correction from, please? Yes, Miss Badejo, who is the CXO for Entrepreneur. She is more than just a business pioneer. I met her last year and she said we have to have the voice of tech, tech from where she sits, being on this panel, and she was so passionate about it. She's a beacon of resilience with Entrepreneur being her brainchild. She has aimed at revolutionizing the platform for island-based entrepreneurs to catapult their businesses into the international market. Particularly, she walks the walk and talks the talk. She has had the accomplishments of establishing the National Youth Pitch Competition, where we have had winning team of young entrepreneurs launching their businesses. And I can't think of a better person to have to add to the panel about connecting for the future. Miss Badejo, please join us. As this is a panel that is being sponsored by ATNI, I must have my colleague join this panel, Mr. Orson Ferguson. Orson has, and I don't want to add, he's not going to show in terms of his looks, but he has had a wealth of experience near over 2 decades in food and beverage, telecommunications, customer service throughout North America, the United Kingdom. He has held several positions at GTT, ranging in marketing, fintech, and now is our COO of Business Solutions, who is leading the trajectory for GTT with the growth of our oil and gas sector, and is doing quite a good job of that. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Orson Ferguson. And last but not least, we have Mr. Jean Arnel, who is the CEO and founder of Computech. Computech has been transformational in terms of revolutionizing local businesses in St. Martin in terms of providing the technical wherewithal. Jean also is an esteemed alumnus of the Harvard Business School and brings a wealth of experience of over 20 years as an entrepreneur in the tech sector, not only as an entrepreneur, but also in raising the future technology and the future leaders for St. Martin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jean Arnel. You are most welcome. All right, so we have our panel today defining the path of customer satisfaction. And as I've said, the purpose of the panel is pretty much, and for us in attendance, is for us to have a voice of our tech entrepreneurs being here. And what I've found, and just hearing the conversation and the dialogue, I think, our panel is very diverse. They bring a various wealth of experience. And I just want to start off firstly in defining what the customer looks like. Traditionally, when we hear customer in the tech sector, it's about the customers that we serve on a day-to-day basis, how we use phones. And in many points, at least for the panelists and I, we have spoken about it, we have to really give a 360 view of what the customer is going to be like from our various countries. We have 3 countries represented here, St. Martin, Jamaica, and Guyana, each different sizes, different languages, different challenges. And I just want to, in getting the ball rolling, I want to start off with Jean. Jean, with Computech in St. Martin and having to deal, our major platform, and CANTO has been interacting with governments, what have you seen has been, as a customer, what have you seen have been your successes and opportunities for success for your business?
Great, Mark, thanks, and thanks to CANTO for bringing us here. Like I said, at Computech, what we do is enable local governments and utilities in their digital transformation journey. Governments are not technology shops and utilities either. And as we've seen, telcos are struggling in that transition. And what we bring is a wealth of not just experience, but skill set. We're a technology shop. So we enable them to leverage the latest technologies so that they can better serve their customers, empower their employees, optimize their operations, and transform business using data. And we do this with a set of technology-related services. But let me say this, which is very important. What I've seen in the past 15, 20 years is the success of technology and digital transformation comes from the ability of governments and utilities to partner with local entrepreneurs. That partnership is going to not only help build a tech ecosystem, but derive value for local governments and utilities. Because we go out and we partner with industry leaders, whether it's a Microsoft or HP was just up here, or Fortinet or others, but we bring that value to the local market instead of local governments and others going directly internationally. So that is what we've seen derives value in terms of a framework of defining strategy, setting up a collaborative partnership, and thirdly, putting the technology, instead of putting the technology first and just going out and buying it.
Thanks, John. And just a point in terms of what I'm getting from you is that there has to be a sequential approach in terms of how governments and generally for businesses in terms of building it. You can't put the horse before the carriage. There has to be a process in terms of learning and understanding the customer intimately.
Well, one of the things that we'll see, the sexy terms today are smart city and AI.
Yes.
And we're all going to go out and buy smart city solutions in a box and AI solutions in a box. And the UN published a report in last November. It showed that 60% of smart city projects deployed between 2011 and 2021 failed. They failed for lack of a proper governance framework. And what we've done in St. Martin very successfully, because the government deliberately partnered with us, is there's a governance structure, there's a collaborative organization set up for innovation, and thirdly, you look at what is your best technology fit and how you create that interrupt model, that data platform that enables integration of these various technology solutions. Because what we find is governments go out and buy technology solutions, but they don't integrate with each other. And we'll talk more about that.
Definitely. Orson, your experience I've found has been you have had a growth of team we have recognized at GTT. And also, it's no secret in here that Guyana is the hottest place to be now within the region, given what is happening and the transformational growth that is taking place there. Can we at GTT, we have a large focus on delivering to our customers generally and also improving our services for B2B, but also there's been a thrust to SMB as well. Can you just give us a picture of what that has looked like for you?
Well, thanks for the question, Mark. So, the main pillar for the way we do work in the GTT Business Solutions division is listening to the customer.
Yes.
I spend a lot of time embedded in the business support organizations within Guyana, and we spend also a lot of time listening to customers. We set up forums. We have people in the street knocking on doors, really talking to customers to try to understand what their needs are. Jean touched on it, right? Which is, you really have to listen to the customer first, understand what their needs are, and then before you even go trying to serve them. And I think that we've done an excellent job of really embedding ourselves in these support organizations, listening to customers, and then going back to the drawing board and to the teams and said, okay, we need to design a solution that looks like this, that works like this, that delivers this, and this. And I think for those of you who've been to Guyana recently, we've launched a Connex product, which is a bundle, which is fiber with voice bundled on one bill. And now, a couple of weeks ago, we just added mobile service to that platform. And as simple as it sounds, I mean, it didn't include any big data or any employment of any cutting edge technology. It is just simple. Businesses told us this is what we need.
Yes.
We need a simple product that works this way, that has these and these features, and we went and built that product for those customers. And where we sit now is almost 60% of our fiber customers are on that solution.
Excellent.
Now, by any measure, that's a fantastic number. We're way past where we thought we'd be. And based on customer satisfaction scores, those customers are extremely happy with the solution. They recommend other businesses to adopt that solution as well. And it actually is the platform that we use to serve small and medium-sized businesses.
Excellent. And it's in terms of what I've gotten from you, and I'm following on from what John said, there has to be a connection and a bridge for that, because in listening to the customer, that's the only way in which we're going to have expansion and growth for our businesses. And I think that goes around the room for everyone here, vendors, telcos, governments as well, in terms of listening to your constituents and who you serve. Ife, you have had a lot of experience with that in terms of creating a bridge for for entrepreneurs in St. Martin and making that connection. For example, you recently had an excellent showing in Atlanta. Can you just give us more idea, a focus as to where that is going, how you see based on the arguments, the discussions we have had so far for the region?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for the question, and thank you, CANTO, for having us and just putting together Caribbean excellence in this fashion. To answer your question, Mark, connectivity matters. And it's not just the technology, it's the relationship, right? The technology facilitates the relationship. And so in Atlanta last week, we had a mission trip that was supported by the Ministry of Finance, Telem, which is our official telecommunications provider. They're also here at CANTO, also the US Consulate. And we did a whole tour of Atlanta, looked at incubators, accelerators, we went to ATech Village, and we're building those relationships out in real time. And there's going to be significant return on investment of that this year, because there is a global appetite for the Caribbean that's beyond sea, sand, and partying.
Yes.
There is a global appetite that's out there for what is unique about the islands. We have a magical thing about us that is underrepresented and undervalued oftentimes from top down. And so the whole premise of Islandpreneur is to showcase that the islands and the Caribbean, in fact, are of equal value of anywhere else in the world. We are global players. And so that is the whole point of building those kinds of relationships, so that there is a mutual exchange and moving away from this core small island type of mentality, but saying, hey, we're here to play, and we want to play big. And so that was exactly what took place in Atlanta last week, and that's what will continue to take place.
Thanks so much, Ife. Excellent. And you know, this, from our three previous speakers, what we have heard is that there is a launching forward of businesses. We have to serve our communities. We have to know exactly what we're about. However, we do have our challenges. We do have our, in terms of whether it is through network, resources, different things that we face in terms of our region, dealing with regulations, legislation, and ensuring that catches up to ensure that we are competing in a fair space. For instance, I was in a meeting this morning, and this Marlon Cooper from Simtai had stated that Threads has launched, and they had a significant uptake of 100 million users. But it has not launched in Europe. Reason being is that it has not passed the GDPR litmus test in terms of security for our customers and their privacy and their data. And as a region, a lot of persons have downloaded Threads. It's attached to your Instagram account. And as a result, there it is, as a customer, you're using a service through telco as a conduit. And as a result, your information may be in danger and we just don't know. So we have to be cognizant of our identity of our region in terms of how we expend that currency. And to that point, I would like to pivot to Mario Sparks in terms of the point of cybersecurity and how do we protect ourselves as customers. I mean, Mario, based on your experience with Optimity and throughout the region, you have been the block and tackle for several businesses in terms of setting up those belts and braces to protect your customers based on the various products that they're using. What has been your experience in dealing with your various customers from the SMB to governments?
So thanks a lot, Mark, for the question. Thanks to CANTO for having us here, for allowing me to be on the stage with brilliant minds from the Caribbean. And as we say in Jamaica, wagwan. No, you said when you were introducing the group, entrepreneurs were in the trenches, and you're absolutely right, right? Building, not just, before I even get into the cyber space, trying to build a tech firm in the Caribbean, it's difficult. And, a part of the difficulty comes with the maturity of the customers in terms of their process within the digital transformation space, both private and public sector. Or minister in Jamaica, Senator Hill, the Honorable Senator Hill, who is responsible for the Industry, Investment and Commerce Ministry, he always said, and I agree, he said it's very difficult to grow and to get rich in building a business selling to 3 million relatively poor people, right? And that has been a part of the challenge that we have faced as a cyber firm, where most of our resources are domiciled in Jamaica. We have, over the past 2 years, we have launched a very aggressive internship program which sought to find and develop excellent, what we would like to coin as, our SEAL team of cyber analysts in Jamaica, and we're now in Guyana, because we've seen the gap. Up to this morning, it's a site I look at daily. There were roughly 758,275 available cybersecurity jobs in the United States alone, right? So if that many jobs are here, it simply means that we have a serious deficit in the Caribbean space, right? And I'm not talking about simple, they're not data entry jobs. These are jobs that start at minimum 120K per year, right? So the challenge we have in the Caribbean is our understanding of how vulnerable we are the acceptance of our state. You know, when we speak to different customers, both on the private and the public sector side, we often hear we're good. However, when you look at the data and it shows major firms who are manufacturers of cybersecurity and they're being breached, you know, and you look at the budget, the annual budget for the Department of Defense for cybersecurity alone is $65 billion. That's roughly 4 times the GDP of Jamaica, right? the cybersecurity budget of the United States. So it's a matter of trying to move the countries, both their public and their private sector spaces, to understand really and truly how vulnerable we are. And not because we are small, it means that we are not a point of attack or a point of interest. It makes us even so much more a point of interest because we're so small, right? So we have had to go through this phase of education, you know, awareness, training, you know, sensitization. So the customers within both spaces can start to move up, you know, the totem pole of appreciation of where we are. So, I mean, that I could sit here and talk for hours.
I know, Mario, and even,
but you know, it's a challenge, but it's we are getting there. However, a number of our customers are still, you know, they still need to move in the digital transformation space. So still a number of their records are still paper-based.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So we then need to make them digital and then try and protect that data. We now have the DPA 2020, which is coming 1st of December in Jamaica.
Yes.
There are a number of other countries
that
within the Caribbean that are on the same trajectory, right? All the states in the US are also putting in their own, you know, laws. Right. So it's a matter of sensitization. The Department of Defense, if you are a local company in the US and you're going after a government contract, you have to now be CMMC certified, right? So the US government is also saying, hey, we are able to protect our infrastructure, but we need to ensure that you are protecting your own infrastructure. So before you can even bid on our projects, right, you need to become certified. Because, I mean, even though you may not win a bid, you are aware of what our requirements are just by virtue of you looking at our scope. Right?
Definitely.
So it's the move, try and figure out a way to get the public sector to really understand how exactly, you know, what we need to now do to protect our supply chain.
Thanks, Mario.
Yeah.
And the point about readiness and capacity, I find, I mean, even dealing with, and I am sitting from a point of, from a lawyer's perspective, from a point of contracts, in terms of dealing with entities, you tend to find that there has to be a lot of, you know, education, patience, and not necessarily patience in terms of like, oh, the operator, but it's just a matter that you find that as a collective, we are entering this space together, and no one has the right answer, no one has the information, because when you're from an instance of a business going into an arrangement, and it is so important, you need to have all the players at the table, technical, commercial, legal, you know, all the factors being able to fill in the gaps to ensure that when you do put the pen on the line, that all factors and all voices have been heard. Jean, to that point, I know that you have had some experience in terms of the technical point. And it's going to be a general point that I'd like for the panel to consider. The practical day-to-day issues. You don't have to call the names, but in terms of like what have you faced from a practical standpoint, like you come out of, you get up and this keeps you up at night and you have had to deal with this issue. What is it that you can speak of and how is it can be instructive to our attendees today? John, can you start first?
So the practical issues that we find in terms of engaging in digital transformation in local governments and utilities are issues of data fragmentation. I mean, everyone knows that regardless of the countries, we have these silos. And the idea here is how do you integrate processes by standardizing data? There's going to be, in any government, several marks. So the issue of architecting and building that enterprise architecture is sort of what keeps us up at night in terms of how do we design this architecture so that governments become more efficient. That's a long-term journey. It's a long-term. It doesn't happen overnight. You're not going to buy a solution in the box that is going to integrate all of government, whether it's from Eastern Europe or whatever other nation. It has to be built. And our focus as a local company, as Mario was saying, is we build the capacity locally. We invest yearly in training and certifying our staff on enterprise architecture and other technologies so that we can go and build out these solutions. So I'm emphasizing on the point that in order to craft where we want to go and what we want to get out, the value we want to create from digital transformation, it has to be architected, and it's not a product you're buying. Yeah. It's actually conceptualizing it.
Right. Thanks, John. Ife, in terms of, you have worked with youth, you have worked with mature businesses, and you tend to find that there's a gap. Like a lot of entrepreneurs say, yes, I'm going to run a roast, I'm going to do a hustle, because I have the brain and I have the capacity for it. But then they realize that there is a stumbling block. They recognize that there's a lot of bureaucracy. You recognize there's a lot of issues that you have to face in terms of supply chain, coming out of COVID. A lot of us can speak to the challenges that we have had in terms of dealing with suppliers and being able to respond so quickly in terms of input for data, the need for that interaction. What is it that you have found in catapulting persons into different markets from the region as a bridge? What have you found has been the practical challenges in terms of the readiness of those persons or entities?
Thank you so much. There's obviously a digital gap, and there's also a knowledge gap. Knowledge just of doing business. So there's capacity building that's required, and that's a lot of what it is that we do. Then there's the digital literacy gap, where I have my phone, I know how to scroll on it for Facebook, Instagram, and everything. I don't know how to use it to produce anything. And so I'm a consumer of the digital media and not a producer of digital media. And connected to that, and I'm so happy that at CANTO, this is also a focal point this year, there's the digital payments gap. So now I decided, okay, I want to go online, I want to build out my business, but how do I get paid? And in St. Martin, that has been a significant challenge. In the Dutch Caribbean, and I know in the wider Caribbean as well, there are fintech companies. I see CXPay here, and I engaged with WePay before. However, how simple is it that I don't have to now learn how to build out an API in order for me to embed it into my website or web shop, right? So those things are different kinds of gaps that you see. And then from a stakeholder perspective, there's also a gap as it pertains to vision. There's a vision gap. How you see this vision and how I see this vision is very different. So getting everybody on the same page to move in the right direction is also a challenge. And so what we've done is, my father always says that everyone listens to one radio station, and that one radio station is WIIFM. What's in it for me? And so that's what he says. And he's my daddy, so I have to listen. And so from that perspective, we communicate at that level. When we speak to governments, we speak at that level. When we speak to telecommunication companies, we speak at that level. But when we speak to the 85% of our entrepreneurial ecosystem are small business owners. That is not unusual for the Caribbean. We have the luxury of speaking at a very high level. But for the person on the street for Denden in Middle Region, on St. Martin, or Jerome in Kingston, they want to know, how do I make money now online? How do I use my phone? How do I use my laptop? And not even laptop, because many of them don't even have a laptop. So those are the kinds of things that we look at. How do we make sure that the impact that we're discussing at a particular level trickles down and matriculates into actual socioeconomic impact? And so from that perspective, we have to speak different languages. We have to be multilingual in order to be able to communicate our different strategies, but also to get everybody on board to realize the actual vision.
Thanks, Ife. Orson, to you, we have seen the growth of Ghana Together. We have seen what has been happening at GTT in terms of the interplay, in terms of fintech, in terms of our customers now coming in, different houses, different business houses, and different business organizations have been set up within Guyana to propel our SMB markets and also to provide support to the burgeoning oil and gas sector. Now, in your position, you would see that there has been a transition, there has been a growth in SMB. What is it that you find are the gaps, I think, from just a sector-wide approach in terms of meeting the needs of those SMB? We are doing our best, but there's always room for improvement. And things are just growing at an exponential rate in Guyana. It is ridiculous, in a good way. So what is it that you're seeing that we can do more to meet those needs that are so apparent?
Well, so I think one of the things that we do very well at GTT is focusing on the network. We've invested a lot in the mobile network. Obviously, we've invested a lot in the fiber network. We have by far the most expansive network in Guyana when you combine fiber and mobile. Even if you just look at fiber, it's the most expansive in the country. And so, like I said, we've done a very good job. I want to say we're going to exit the year about 68, 69, maybe close to 70% of buildings in the country with access to fiber. So we're focusing on the access, making sure that businesses have access to the network to be able to do to engage in commerce. Specifically the gaps, I think you spoke to the pace of the development, right? The pace of what's happening. And what I find is businesses are just struggling to keep up, literally just struggling to keep up. They have access to the network, but just to keep up with the demand of the economy, providing services, getting supplies, supply chain pressures, they're just struggling to keep up. And so there's not a lot of attention or bandwidth to focus on filling the gaps. How do you talk about digitization? In my view, not enough small businesses are taking advantage of the access that they now have, right? So we do have a mobile payments platform in MMG, fantastic reach. But even that platform, and I think the general manager for MMG is going to be on here. I think it's tomorrow talking about the solution. Even that solution, as robust as it is largely used for basic transactions, right? Sending money, receiving payments, stuff like that. So I think what needs to happen is the small businesses themselves need to invest in capacity to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. There's so many opportunities in Guyana that I think not enough businesses are looking outside of Guyana.
Yes.
Right. So I think when you think of it that way, it's hard to convince a small business that you need to invest in capacity to be able to expand your market outside there, when there's just so much money being made right in Guyana locally, that all they want to do when they get up in the morning, especially small businesses, is just survive. It's just to get through that day, to meet the demand that is being placed on them, to get those transactions, to get that money in, and to keep doing it day after day. So a very good problem to have, but it really stymies the kind of digitization drive that I think that is much needed in Guyana to be able to compete globally, right? So it's one thing to do very well locally, but eventually, things are going to plateau. And then when you look externally, you're gonna find yourself not really equipped to actually compete internationally.
Thanks for that, Orson, which allows me to segue before we go into our parting shots. Mario, you have Jamaican-based business, you have business in Miami, and you have expanded your reach into Guyana as well. So following on to what Orson has said, and there it is that there has been a push for expansion, and as Orson said, to look outside the shores. What is it that you think in terms of, from a collaborative approach from governments regionally, can be done to facilitate that bridge for companies? Because Orson is intimately in touch with businesses there, but then I think for there to be true success of a Caribbean business model that is organic to the region, there has to be a collaborative approach outside of just the ecosystem that our business has grown in. You know, there has to be players, there have to be stakeholders that are interacting. So what is it that you has facilitated that process for you that you can lend to the attendees here in terms of that need for consensus?
So to Orson's point, you know, before, we in Jamaica, we wish we had your problem. You know? So, you know, kudos to the Guyanese, and I really hope that the newfound, you know, wealth is managed, and, you know, the country at large, you know, sees the benefits. So, and of course, you know, to your point, yeah, we're in Guyana for that reason as well, to try and partake in not just from business there, but also to develop resources and capacity, right? And that was based on a ministerial trade that was facilitated from Jamaica to Guyana, right? In January of this year, you know, we had a trade mission that brought about 15 Jamaican, actually it was about 25 Jamaican companies to Guyana, from construction, you know, architectural firms, you know, fintech, etc. And it allowed us to, it opened our eyes up to the opportunities that were outside of Jamaica. I mean, I was always in Miami. However, the need for collaboration is even far more apparent in order for us as Caribbean people to be competitive across, you know, globally competitive. We are small, so we have to band together. There's an expansive ecosystem of experts in the Caribbean, and typically when Caribbean people leave and we go to North America, you know, the US, Canada, we rise to the top very quickly, right? If you look at, you know, within the diaspora from any of the Caribbean countries, and you really were to, you know, peel the layers apart and see what are Caribbean people doing, you know, we're doing pretty well. It's just that there's very little representation, and there's very little understanding. And I believe as well, our governments need to collaborate, and, you know, there's always a lot of talk, right? You know, and there are policies that are, you know, put together and frameworks that are drawn. However, you know, I understand the speed at which public sector move is not at the same rate as private sector because of the different, you know, levels of bureaucracy. However, I believe in order for companies across the Caribbean, companies within CARICOM to be able to benefit, right? I mean, I saw something earlier, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, that spoke to, you know, CARICOM nationals being able to travel a little bit more, you know, freely throughout the region and do business. And that's a step toward, I mean, Jamaica was always doing it in terms of accepting nationals from other countries. But with that thrust, I believe it can increase the possibilities of us doing business across the Caribbean, increasing our expertise, sharing knowledge, and then going after major opportunities outside of the Caribbean, i.e. in the US and Canada, right?
Thank you so much, Mario. And on the point of, it's an opportune time for me, and taking on those points, to just give some closing remarks on behalf of the panel. Guys, we have heard so much today in terms of what is needed from the various persons here from St. Martin, from Jamaica, and from Guyana. Guyana has a good problem, but then the point is that there's also need for consensus. There's also need for development so that the talents that are present within the market can be unearthed to the international market, rather than there being persons coming to do business, tech business itself, and to support and build capacity, but also to unearth the talent and to allow that to be present. From John and from Mara, we have seen in terms of dealing with the public and private sector that there needs to be an understanding of what are the needs of the particular products and what you have to be able to provide those services in a better way. Managing your data is critical for governments that are here at this time on those that are not in attendance, we need to have consensus, and also from IFE in terms of creating that bridge, not just for mature businesses, but also for the future. So going into the future for CANTO, what I'd like for us, and just the takeaway, the key takeaway from this message is that you have heard from the businesses in terms of the need for consensus, but also for the need for there to be an acceleration of digital literacy, and for us to accept the help from each other as a region, because that is how we're going to advance listening to our collective voices. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Oh, good job.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me? All right. Phenomenal moderation by Mark Reynolds. Great panel discussion. I hosted an event last year. It was the Disruptive Leadership Conference. And there was this wonderful lady from Belize who said these words. She said, there are two quotes she absolutely hates, and we all use it in our businesses. She said, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. She said, sometimes in order for us to thrive and to survive, we have to break it ourselves and then fix it, right? To find a better solution. And the second quote she said was, but we've always done things this way. Yeah, we no longer say that because it doesn't mean that it has always been the right way. I speak on behalf of small businesses listening to this panel. Stop treating your business like it's a hustle and start treating it like it's a business. Identify your markets and understand that even if we're small islanders or if we're a part of Latin America, we're looking at the world as a borderless place. So don't just look at your customers locally. Look at the tools that help you to get to them, whether it's building out your own website like I did or figuring out automation. Then you have to communicate clearly what you do, who you serve, and how you serve them. And lastly, as a small business person and as somebody from the Caribbean, you have to figure out your workaround. When it comes to payment processes and payment portals, we understand the challenges. There is always a workaround. The question is, do you have the attitude and do you have the approach, the resourcefulness and the resilience to find those workarounds? That is up to you. So I really want to thank Mark for that CANTO Tech Entrepreneurship panel discussion. So now we move into the challenge of telecommunications in the midst of the new industrial revolution. And our keynote speaker is Freddie Lara, Global MNO Sales Director, an electronic engineer specializing in telecommunications projects from the Universidad Distrital Francisco José de Caldas. Freddie Lara has more than 25 years of experience in the design, promotion, and sale of end-to-end and integral telecommunication solutions, software services, and digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, Freddie Lara discussing the challenge of telecommunications in the midst of the new industrial revolution. Please make him welcome.
And I am here now. Again, good afternoon. How you doing? Good, thank you. My name is Freddy Lara, and I'm here to share the vision that we have in GSE Engineering about the challenge of the telecommunication in this fourth industrial revolution that we are living. First, I'm going to make a short introduction to GSE Engineering because I am pretty sure that most of you haven't heard about the company. We are a company with headquarters in Spain that we had been, during 26 years, developing software for core and BSS for operators, telecommunication operators. And the company started in Spain, growing in Europe, and in the recent years, we are moving to this side of the world. Now we have presence in Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, Peru, Chile, And now we are here in CANTO. We became member of CANTO because we think that we have a value proposition for the operators of CANTO in order to help to deploy, to develop this market. So that is the introduction. Let's move to the beginning of the presentation, and it's we are privileged. It's the first message that I want to give to you, so you will start to say, this guy, what? It's a motivation speech, now he's going to ask, okay, stand up, hands up. Not so bad. We are privileged for many things. First, we are alive. We are here together, the coolest people of the Caribbean in a great city, Miami. So we should be happy for and privileged for all this. But besides of that, we are privileged because we are living in a spectacular season of the humanity. We have seen this is a timeline that shows the countdown of the singularities of the humanity. I mean, the key events in the history of the humanity that generate some kind of disruption. And you can see that in the recent years, these singularities are appearing more and more often. And we have the privilege to live in this situation. So we don't need to hear about that or read in the history. We are living that. And most of these singularities are related with the enormous technological advances that we are living as human race. And all this has to be, is really related with the technology adoption. This is a graph that shows how the adoption, the percentage of adoption here in the United States has changed in the hundred of years, that is from the very beginning to some couple of years for the latest development. For example, you can see the mobile, the table. In 2 years, it's reached percentage of adoption of 60, 80%. At the beginning, it was hundreds of years for the adoption of something. So this technology adoption is moving everything faster and creating an exceptional environment for the humanity. But all these technological advances has something in common. Data. Data. Everything now is data. I'm pretty sure that we all together agree with that. This is a famous graphic of 1 minute of internet that shows the huge amount of data that is generating and is moving currently in the world. So, but there are some amounts of data that even I didn't learn in the school. The terabyte now we are going at that point. But I want to call your attention for not only the amount, but also for the rapid increase that is having. For example, some application as YouTube, Instagram, Twitter has increased their amount, their volume of data in 10, even 20 times in some years. So this is one of the first challenges that I want to emphasize here. It puts a lot of load over the networks. And we all in the telecommunication, we are living that, and in some moment we are suffering that big increase. Also for the technological part, and talking about the data, I want to discuss this, to present this chart to you. It's a report from Gartner. Is the end of 2022, last year. They took the new technologies that they are seeing that could have a disruptive potential. Technologies that right now or in the coming years can be disruptive for the development of the humanity. There is a lot, that is one of the things, but the second thing that I want to call your attention here is the phenomenon that is happening with the technologies. Some technologies are mixing between them and are creating new technologies more powerful with stronger capabilities. And this is what is pushing all this development and all this increase in the information, in the data, and at the end in the development of the all together as human race, because at the end the main purpose of everything should be that we as humanity grow out and everybody will be better and stay better. What about telco? What telco needs to be with all this? A lot. Because telco always has been, as you can see in the middle, the connector of all this data and all these technologies that use data and all these technologies that has been growing and appearing, always use telco as the connector, as the catalyst for them. But now what is happening with telco? The same that I showed you in the last slide. Telco is using and is mixing with new technologies as cloud computing, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, to generate a new telco technologies much more powerful with bigger and stronger capabilities. And this is a new challenge for the telco and for all together. Let's see a little deeper in the mobile network specifications. In the mobile side, I want to focus. In the upper part, you see the 3GPP specification that define each one of the generation of the mobile network, 2G, 3G, 4G, and now the 5G, and the promise that 5G has of make a big chain or all the things that here we have been listening and discussing that maybe yes, maybe not. So let's see a little bit about 5G. What is the promise of 5G? 5G has 3 pillars, each one of the corners that support all the cases that it's supposed to make this big advance in the telco side. And many use cases will change the humanity, and it's not only enhanced mobile broadband. You can see smart agriculture, the self-driving cars, the industrial automation, 3D video. Look that the voice is still in the middle, is still important. So for develop 5G, it's important to not only focus in the broadband and the cell phone. We need to develop all these vertical and all these industries. And in order to do that, what needs the network? That is the other part. 5G is a totally different and disruptive technology if you compare with 4G. For those that are coming from telco, that's my case, it's a very hard change between 4G and 5G, because 5G is more like a IT technology. It's a technology that needs to run over containers, microservices. We in the telco, we are not used to this kind of networks and this kind of development, and this is another big challenge for the telco. Let's move now to the voice that is still important. Voice is here with voice over LTE, and the evolution it will be voice over new radio. And this voice over LTE will need a core, that is the IMS core, that is a technology that has last 20 years of being defined, but now is starting to be deployed. But voice over LTE is in a delayed stage of deployment. In this graphic that is from GSMA, you can see that the world adoption of voice over LTE is still very low. Here in US, this is the highest percentage, but in Latin America, that we are all in Latin America, I am coming from Colombia, we are in a very small percentage, just 20%. So this is something that we need to do, because voice over LTE will be really important for the evolution and at the end for 5G. What are the drivers for the adoption of voice over LTE? Efficiency, 5G. In 5G, we will not have the the fallback to the circuit switches voice. So we need to have voice over LTE if we have 5G networks. The quality of the voice that is improved. And one of the points that is more important and is a reality here in the United States, the sunset of the 2G or 3G network. So if you don't have voice over LTE, you cannot have voice. This is really important. Now, at the end, I want to put another line here that is to complement this with the hardware. And the hardware for each one of those technologies has also its evolution. Initially, it was a proprietary hardware, some hardware that each vendor developed and made by themselves without any standard. Then we moved to some general purpose hardware, something more standard, but with a lot of specific things for each one of the vendors. Then we evolved to virtual machines, and now containers, cloud, native. That is a very big change for us. And below, as I say, there are all these new technologies that are supporting now the new specification of the mobile network, and specifically in the 5G. So all these generate a very complicated ecosystem if you are thinking to move from 4G to 5G. Why? Challenges. You have many networks with different hardware, many different networks that you need to maintain and you need to operate. Still are all networks that maybe are out of support. You cannot get even the replacement parts for that. And now you need to deploy a totally new network that is based in container, that it is something for which the telco doesn't have any experience. So what is the solution that we are proposing from GSE side? Our solution is, let's go to containers right now. And over that containers, we can have a unified core. And with this unified core, we can have all our networks. We can reduce OpEx, we can save space, we can have a lot of advantages to make this movement. And with that, we will be ready for the 5G deployment, because this technology is ready for the deployment of the 5G. When in the moment that it will be ready. This is one of the advantages that this cloud-native implementation and deployment has. I want to focus on the auto-scalability. That is really important and is key for the cloud-native applications, because you don't need to have, like the green line that we have there, we don't need to reserve resources of infrastructure for the maximum traffic. No, now the network will follow the traffic, and the network will generate and will increase the capacity with when the traffic increase, but we also release the resources of the infrastructure that are not being used when the traffic decrease. So this will generate a lot of savings also in the OpEx infrastructure, and it will make a more optimized use of the infrastructure. There are something related to business agility, risk mitigation. So in fact, there are many, many advantages for using this cloud-native solution. And if you complement all this situation with a business model that will not request a big investment from the very beginning, it's a business model that we call telco as a service, in which we support the operator, we support our customer, making the deployment of the solution, and the payment will be done according to the traffic and the real subscriber that the operator will have over the network. So at the end, we are sharing the risk with the operator, and we are going with the operator for recover their investment and our investment. Why we do that? Because one, because we are pretty sure of our technology and the advantages of our technologies. And second, because we really want to be partners of the operators, and really we want to help to the development of the region and of the whole Caribbean. This is a summary of all these benefits and advantages that we have here. This clocking is really stressing. I have already discussed all of them, but maybe I want to make an emphasis in the point number 2, that is any G in any infra, so we can have in the same infrastructure all the technologies, and really that could help to reduce the cost and has a more efficient and optimized handling of this. So this is the information that we have for you. We are GSE Ingenium. We are here to support you. Please come and visit us at booth number 17. We can talk about your specific necessities, and we are pretty sure that we can help in many cases. And please don't remember that we are privileged. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias por todo. Lo agradecemos. We are privileged indeed. I don't know if you saw on the presentation about the 1 minute of internet, and you saw Netflix, LinkedIn, Facebook. Then did you see Tinder? 2 million swipes? I thought that was interesting. So we thank him so very much. We're moving from the challenge of telecommunications in the midst of new industrial revolution, and we're now going to the protection of cloud technology. Everyone storing in the cloud, will it be on-prem, will it be off-premises? What does that protection look like to facilitate effective digital transformation? I'd like to invite to the stage our esteemed moderator, Orson Ferguson, Chief Operations Officer, GTT Business Solutions. Please welcome him. He'll be joined by Conor McGowan-Smith, Chief Executive Officer, ATN International Business, who will also open up with a keynote before we jump into the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sir Conor McGowan-Smith. Let us welcome him. And then we're looking for Carlos Bosch, Head of Technology North America, GSMA, followed by Augusto Quintanilla, Chief Executive Officer at Host SBC LLC, and Edward Maldonado, Esquire, Attorney. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be your panel discussion about the protection of cloud technology to facilitate effective digital transformation. But before they get into the discussion, we invite Conor McGowan-Smith, Chief Executive Officer of ATN International Business, to deliver the keynote first. Sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, members of CANTO, esteemed ministers and friends and colleagues from the telecommunications sector, thank you for allowing me the time to speak today. We are going to speak about cloud and we are going to speak about cybersecurity. So to set the table with that, it's kind of corny, I know, but I thought I'd say it with your company's data is your company's gold. To explain cybersecurity to non-IT people is quite a boring conversation. So what I want to get across today is more to talk about cybercrime. I think we talk about cybersecurity a lot, but we don't actually talk about what we're protecting ourselves from. So when I say that your data is your company's gold, I'm speaking about enterprise, I'm speaking about government, I'm also speaking, and we spoke a lot about it this morning throughout the sessions, about SMB businesses. And by gold, I mean data is your customer's data, data is your own data, data is your bank account, data is everything you hold dear to your business. Very simply, that the value of the global cybercrime industry is now estimated to be $10 trillion by the end of 2025. They estimate it to be $14 trillion by the end of 2028. What's really important, and to set context around that, the automotive industry, we're in Miami, we all see the expensive Ferraris going around, is only $3 trillion globally. So that's the scale and the size of the threat that's coming against us. And then everyone says, when we talk about cybercrime or cybersecurity, well, it's not going to affect me. It's something, it's like insurance and crashing your car. Well, it's not. 4 out of 5, 80% of organizations have already suffered one data breach. The scary thing is you might not know about it, and I'll get into that in a second. So as we look at what's happening now, today's 2023, what I mean is we might not know that it's happening, is it takes 243 days to identify that a threat or a breach has happened. So what will often happen within any customer, as I said, enterprise, government, SMB, is that your network, your infrastructure, your customers' data has already been infiltrated. And if you don't have the tools, if you don't have the skill set, if you don't have the awareness, today might actually be too late to start trying to solve that problem. And we'll get into some resolutions later. 84 days to contain. So this is, if I was, there's an image towards the end of the deck, and I'll speak to it. But again, to try and personalize the threat and personalize what cybercrime and cybersecurity is, 84 days to contain. So I think we're used to hurricanes in the region, where there's a forecast to it. It's going to hit you, it happens, and then you generally from experience know from severity how long it's going to take, or you can estimate right away from the damage. The really horrible thing about cybercrime is 84 days to contain. That might mean you're completely out. You've no concept of what's happening. There's a ransomware attack, there's some other threat that's within your organization, and it just takes you 84 days to simply stop it. And the average cost of this is global, so this is data from IBM. The average cost of this to big, large organizations is $4.5 million. We'll get in momentarily to the effect that's really real here in the Caribbean region. So cybersecurity challenges. And again, it won't all be doom and gloom about cybercrime and cybersecurity, but we are going to have a debate here about productivity and cloud tools and then how we protect them. So I think it's really important to understand what the challenges are. And I think friend and partner Mario spoke eloquently to it previously. So the one thing is, to understand cybercrime, I think I've laid out what the prize is for these criminals. But I think I know there was a great conversation yesterday on cybercrime and women in cybersecurity, and that image everyone talks about is that one hacker in a hood. That is the equivalent now of that's the person who's the pickpocket on the street. What cybercrime is and cybersecurity is it's organized crime, and it's constantly changing. So what we're even seeing in examples of ransomware attacks is when you get hit by ransomware, you'll actually get a detailed email, it's branded, it will send you to a portal where it will ask you, it will then tell you how to pay. There's actually customer service behind it. I would say on the dark web somewhere, there's someone on stage talking about the opportunity and how we should avail of it. So that is the detail and the organization and the complexity behind it and how the threat is evolving all of the time. Resource challenging is huge. I think, again, it's just following Mario, he spoke to about it's a global shortage of resourcing. Orson's on stage with me here. We've had some fantastic conversations with the university in Guyana. I was lucky enough to be in the Belize government agency under Minister Shabat a couple of weeks ago, again, talking about how we can kind of educate the next generation, because that's where the talent has to come from. I think the global shortage, the US, Europe are going to hog those resources. But there is, and we'll get into it later, there's an opportunity behind all of these challenges. If there is a resource shortage, that means there's jobs in this space that we should look to fill. And then budget. I think one of the biggest things, and I know this from running Firemines, which is a managed service provider, and we sell cybersecurity solutions, is it's very hard to justify budget for something that hasn't happened yet. But that is changing now because a lot of the breaches, I'm not going to name any names today, we're seeing them, they're in our region. We can all name them off the top of our head, and it's real. But I think it's really important to highlight is we're not going to sit in front of any CEO, CFO, government minister, prime minister and say you need to spend everything on cybersecurity, because very few businesses are. It's pretty much impossible to be a 10 out of 10 in your cybersecurity score. But you should at least be aware of where you are. Are you a 1? Are you an 8? Are you a 5? So when you take that decision around risk, it's an educated decision. And lastly, it's just the complexity. It's cyber, it's online. We've talked a lot about the digital divide, and we've talked a lot about online tools, online learning. And what's really complex about cybercrime is simply that it is online, and it's related to technologies. And it's not just related to what we want to do as businesses and government entities going forward. It's related to all that legacy stuff we have, particularly as telcos. How do we secure stuff that's no longer supported, and how do we get eyes on that? So as it relates to the telecommunications sector, this is a really interesting slide. So you can see, obviously, it's almost doubled from 21 to 22. But the reason I've highlighted communications and ISP and MSP, that's telco. More than that, you see government. So I think that pretty much covers everyone in the room here, as it's not just a global phenomenon, it's not just a regional phenomenon, it's focused and it's targeted on our sector. And the reason it's focused and targeted on our sector is because we own the customer base. particularly in the telco space. We're fixed line providers, we're internet providers, we're now getting into e-commerce, mobile money. What we have is, by default, all of our customers' data, and it's why we're top of the pile. And then you can see healthcare and government for the same reasons. So as it relates to our region, I think I was lucky enough to speak at CANTO the last couple of years, and in 2020, we kind of spoke of the drastic need for productivity tools. And what that means is, I think for us in the ICT space, we're used to securing the network and securing the office. What 2020 did is the office became the home, and the workforce became dispersed. What that meant is the threat landscape became much bigger. And as we saw, we go into 2021, again, threats are doubling. And as we go into 2022, again, it's growing. It's not all doom and gloom. I'll get into slight opportunities before we jump into the panel. But this kind of jumped off the page at me. This is the amount of attacks just in the last year. And you can just see the scale of this that is happening all of the time. Just so I finish on a positive note, there is some fantastic work that's happening within the region. So the National Cybersecurity Index, this is the score as it relates. You obviously see UK, who launched GDPR, which most of us in any region that we're in, a lot of the data privacy frameworks are based on this. But it's fantastic to see Jamaica and Trinidad in the top 100. And I think all of the members of CANTO, everyone should look to follow the lead here. And I know there's great work. We've seen it in Guyana and, as I mentioned, in Belize, that there's policy and frameworks here. But just to echo Mario's sentiments when he spoke a couple of minutes ago, is the time for action really is now. Just to finish on this, I think it's more stats around, I think there's a theme here. The threat landscape is increasing. But just to leave you with this thought, because I think this is what it really brings home for me as a CEO of a business, is I was sitting at home on my sofa watching TV at about 11 p.m. at night, and I got a call from our group, CISO, at the ATN group of companies. Now, we contained the attack, nothing happened with it, but it was 11 o'clock at night, and you get a phone call, and when from that phone call, it's quite shocking when you first hear it. So what I wanted to put in everyone's head is that we all think of that at a corporate level or a government level, but in every customer that we serve and everyone in this room, that threat is out there, and to not consider cybercrime or not consider cybersecurity as an afterthought. Think of getting that phone call late at night, what you would do with it, and how you would, in that moment, wish you had done more, potentially wish you had done more. I know that's not the case for everyone. So with no further ado, I think I'm right on time. We spoke about this yesterday. And I know everyone's hungry for lunch. I will hand over to my friend and colleague Orson to take the panel from here.
Thank you very much, Connor. Quite a bit to dig into, right? 10 trillion by end of 2024, 25, something like that. Almost a year to identify and contain a breach. We look at the Caribbean region, year over year, exponential increase in attacks. Quite a dire picture you're painting there, Connor. I know we just have about 10 minutes. I just want to see how quickly we can get to the questions. So is the region prepared to deal with the picture that you're painting? Let's start with you, Connor. And what, if anything, that can operators, policymakers, business owners do to manage those risks?
I think no, but I wouldn't say it's just specific to our region. I don't think the world is prepared, because I think it's an evolving industry as fast-paced as it's moving. I think to very quickly answer your question, because I do want to allow the other panelists to speak, I think education is huge on this, and taking education seriously. I've been working in this region for over 10 years now. One thing I've seen of fantastic results is apprenticeship, certification programs around network engineers and the talent we have in the region. I think the easiest place to start is, if you want the best fruit, grow your own. So to invest in the youth now, get them into cyber programs and allow them to handle the threat going forward. And then I think with the senior people in the room here today is to do what we can do in the intermediary through partnerships and collaboration around the region to try and stem the flow right now.
If I can echo what Mr. McGuagan said, the only thing constant in cyber and threat is change. Whenever we think that we are ready, a new threat will come, a new attack will come, and we will never be ahead of them. Some of them are ahead of us. And one thing that I will also encourage everyone, in addition to training, is join an organization that is sharing threats, sharing best procedures. And one example, not because I'm part of a GSMA, we have the Telecom Information and Sharing and Analysis Center. There are over 300 organizations that are providing you information on what constantly that they're seeing. And the interesting part of this is that if you go every month, you will see new threats, new attacks, new solutions. Now, if we look at what I've been talking for the last 2 days, what it is, networks are morphing, networks are changing, new services, and we're moving into expanding our networks to do sharing of services. Now, we need to be cognizant that then my network now is as secure as my customer's network, because I will give them access for IoT and for other services. That is where we need to get into policies and procedures to ensure that we are doing best practices and see that when we authorize, identify, and allow this new service or device to enter the network, at least we are aware of it and we can protect it.
So, Augusto, if you can shed some light, follow up on that, but also to Connor's comment, right, when you talk about investing in youth, and it is the saying that comes to mind is, while the grass is growing, the horse is starving, right? So, like, what can we do today? What can we do today?
Well, I think that, and I'm going to elaborate on your point. I think what we have to ask ourselves as service provider is, can we trust our cloud provider? That's first and foremost. I mean, there's different sorts of securities that can be implemented, but at the end of the day, when you move away from your physical perimeter security, meaning this is what I can control, you're handing off your network to a cloud provider, what can they do to mitigate failure? Because that will immediately impact your productivity. And those are questions we have to ask ourselves. I think that we should all give a chance to the hundreds of small service providers out there. Just don't rely on Microsoft or Google or Azure or AWS. I mean, there's hundreds of providers out there that probably are better suited for individual applications for customers in the Caribbean. So, that's one of the things I would say. And your question regarding the youth, is that?
Yeah, Connor had mentioned that, one of the best things we can do is invest in the youth, right? So that they can become more aware of cybersecurity kind of issues for the long term.
Right.
But my question was more around, okay, well, the long term is fine, but today the risks exist, right?
Well, I think that, I'm 48 years old, and there's 14-year-old kids that are way more intelligent than I am. So if we want to educate the kids, I think, they're educated already. YouTube has done a magnificent job in teaching them, but going, in all seriousness, going to your point, I think that if we need to personalize all this cloud talk and everything and say, hey, you know what, when you get an email and it's spam, there's something behind it. We're not telling that to people. We're not educating kids as well as consumers to protect themselves. And I think that's first and foremost.
And just a quick one on that. I think it's a really important point you make about the youth. I think the youth could actually be the resolution today. There was a famous quote given to me by a previous boss recently around anyone in your marketing division should be under the age of 25. And the reason is that they know how to use Twitter, they know how to use TikToks, and I think it's pretty similar now. If we allow the youth immediate opportunities to get into this space, I think they'll bypass us who are not used to it.
So Edward, if you can weigh in, especially in the context of Eduardo's comment, right, about giving smaller operators a chance, or smaller providers a chance, don't just depend on the Microsofts of the world. From where you sit, help us unpack that statement.
Well, one of the things that's happening, I think Connor hit it on the head at the beginning of all of this, is that these are international criminal organizations that are really behind this. And they are sophisticated, and they are set up. So being prepared is a big part of it. I've been the second phone call on the phone call that Connor had mentioned. And what I find is that we are not necessarily prepared in how we are organized. This is a crisis event at the moment. When it happens, you have to assemble a team, you have to delegate clearly, and you have to be responsive, just like any kind of event. We have here in South Florida and the Caribbean, hurricanes. And like was said, you know that it's coming. We generally know that these things are coming, but when they hit, It is instantaneous. So building on the smaller networks, it's their preparedness. It's really all of us being prepared beyond just I'm using this type of technology measure. It's having a plan, what if? Because what if can happen. If you look at the figures, it's very clear. And it can happen in an organized fashion, and these are criminals. I mean, they're using this money, they're holding your data hostage saying, we're going to throw it on the dark web if you don't pay us X ransomware. Or they have an intrusion to steal it, just like thieves. So things will happen. Utilizing the smaller provider has one advantage is that their teams are smaller. And they tend to be a little bit more hands-on, whereas a larger organization sometimes will fumble for a couple of days trying to figure things out. And there's a lot of confusion. There is not a clear plan of who is the small team or the nucleus that's going to lead any kind of response. So I think the advantage for small organizations is their size. For larger organizations, it's compiling in advance a plan and a smaller nucleus team to be responsive to the crisis.
Thanks for that. So Carlos, back to you, right? So I firmly believe that where there's a problem, there are opportunities.
Always.
So my question to you is, who are the players that are best positioned to take advantage of the opportunities that this problem presents?
But who are the players that are in the best position?
Mm-hmm.
I think if we are, because if we collaborate, and my message here is, because sometimes we say, okay, Google, we go to Facebook, or we go to Azure, or we go to some big organization, but I think there has to be a level of collaboration that goes to deeper. There has to be a level of information that goes deeper and that we share within the community. Let me give you a very good example, getting a little bit away from cybersecurity. We have been working in GSMA on a robocall project, something that is attacking everyone. And what we have seen is that the only solution is, one, KYC, know your customer. And knowing your customer is not only knowing who you are providing service, is who you are interconnecting and who you are providing services and who your customers are. And I think those are the procedures and policies that we need to share and figure out. I'm also being able, talking here to a lawyer beside me, what are the implications that my contracts are going to have, because when I extend a service to Connor and Connor put it forward, who gets hit? And those things need to be defined because you are dealing with a lot of aspects there that are very interesting. But I think as a community, if we share, we all benefit.
Thanks. I know we just we just have 2 minutes, and this is a burning question, especially for my customers. So we know that the cloud offers various layers of protection, ranging from data encryption, access controls, advanced security detection, disaster recovery, and the list goes on. But when I talk to customers, the types of questions and concerns they have reside around data residency. I get questions like, or comments like, especially from large organizations and governments, I want my data in Guyana. I want to know who's going to touch my data. When it passes through that node or wherever it resides, like, who has control of that data? So this question is for you, Edward. How should large organizations, even governments, think about these kinds of issues? Because they're real, right? I mean, if my ministry's data is sitting in some place that the U.S. government has jurisdiction over, do they own that data? Can they get to it? Is my data at risk from a totally legal entity, by the way? How should they think about those kinds of issues?
Well, this is where new technology meets old law, because what we're really talking about is who really has jurisdiction, all right? And one of the things that I have seen, I don't know what is wrong or right, I can speak only of what I've seen, is that where data touches a network and there's some kind of billing process or function that is resident within a network in that jurisdiction, you will see the reach of the law of that jurisdiction. I would love to say that we can say, oh, we just want to keep it in the US, we want to keep it in a certain place, but that's not the reality because it's transported. But when it's transported, it has to hit certain networks to be billed, to be commercialized. So generally, that's where the jurisdictional questions kind of revolve around. Where is it residing? Where is it being stored? Now, there are things that help with encryption that can pull apart the data into different segments and place it into different networks. But it's still ultimately that type of a question. So if your data is sensitive and you want to keep control of it, then the simple answer is you keep control of it.
Keep it
You
home.
don't lose it. You don't lose that control. It may be more efficient in cost to do it a number of ways, but if it is that important, you figure out where you're going to house it. If it's going to be someplace in a particular country, you know that as part of your choice.
So just one last question, running the floor from Connor, you given that response, right? We're talking here about the excuse me, the tension between productivity and security, right? How do you guide your customers along that continuum given the response?
I think it's creating awareness. So there's a couple of things in here that you would not believe the amount of time I would get a WhatsApp or a Gmail email from a customer saying, I'm worried about where my data can't leave this region. I'm like, well, you're using Microsoft 365, you're using Gmail, you're using WhatsApp. The email you just sent me is gone. It's left. So I think I'm being facetious there, but I think it's educating first of all, and I think particularly in the telecommunications space, there's the balance not only between productivity and cybersecurity, but there's a balance between cost. And I think really what we can do, particularly for the SMB customers as telecommunications organizations, is provide more education and awareness, but also include it potentially in some of the packaging. The real entry-level free scans that allow our customer to know that data. And I think that is simply the way we can address it. I think it's a mix of things. It's providing awareness around what data residency means. But then I think it's also not creating fear where there needs to be fear around the public cloud, because the public cloud does have a whole host of solutions, easy, adaptable, productive solutions we all want to use. So it's a constant balance.
I think companies, organizations should have a hybrid network. That's my opinion. Everything that's critical should be in-house because you have control. And if you need to have it on the cloud, you need to set some sort of perimeter security, meaning who has access to my information? Can I block the cloud provider's employees from accessing my data? Those are all things that everybody has to consider. But I think a hybrid network is the best way to go, personally.
Carlos?
I think to protect data, two things. One, no matter what we think we're prepared, we're not prepared. I mean, this is a constant change. Second, you're right, we should have a hybrid network. We should have procedures on how to manage that data and how that data should be managed versus regulations, versus, like, for example, GDPR, where it applies, where don't apply, where do I move my customer profile, my customer's billing data. And third, my last message is, it's right. Who in your organization has that access? A lot of threats, a lot of problems come within, and those problems are very hard to detect because, like Connor showed, sometimes it takes months for you to know that somebody breached somebody in your organization, that gave somebody access, and maybe without fault.
All right, so I think that's it. I know we're out of time, so I want to thank you, gentlemen, for your contribution today. I know I personally learned quite a bit, and it's obviously an evolving issue that we're all trying to stay on top of. So thanks again to CANTO for giving us this platform to be able to discuss this, and hopefully we can do this again next year.
Thanks, Orson.
Thank you, gentlemen. That number blew my mind. 243 days to sometimes identify, and then 84 days to contain. Something said, if you want the best fruit, grow your own. And from a cloud forum just last week, somebody asked, one of the experts asked, do you know what sometimes the going rate is for something on the dark web? Does anyone know? Some people guess 10,000, 20,000 US. Sometimes it's as low as 250 US dollars. Yeah, it shocked the entire crowd. And so think of the value of your company's gold and how someone on the dark web could actually own it for just 250 US dollars. So it makes sense for you to actually invest in protecting your data gold. So the very last presentation before we head off to our networking lunch is Telco in a Box, transform your business with converged services. I am so fascinated and I cannot wait to hear about it. We welcome Julian Wilkins, Vice President, Business Development, Caribbean Region, 6D Technologies, Manish Chandra, Executive Director and Chief Sales Officer, 6D Technologies, and Francois Sutton, Senior Network Engineer, APU. Please put your hands together for our final presentation before lunch. No pressure, no pressure.
None whatsoever.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I'm under no pressure. It's 15 minutes. We're going to keep it tight, I promise. So let me just say, 6D Technologies, we offer industry-leading telcos, fintech, and enterprise solutions across the globe. We help our clients scale up business by focusing on smart technology offerings, including digital business support systems, Internet of Things, customer value management, and analytics, sales and distribution, and much more. So we transform communication service providers, such as yourselves, to digital service providers. That is what 6D Technologies is all about. So Telco in a Box gives you all the pieces to start to grow your telco in one cohesive package. It bundles infrastructure needed to supply mobile, fixed line, and broadband. And by the way, I'm pleased to announce that 6D Technologies has become a member of CANTO. We're very proud of that. Thank you. I think we're the newest member, and but we're also very proud to be a bronze sponsor of this CANTO conference. Have I got the control? Do you have the control? What's this? Okay. Got you. All right, so very quickly, we're just going to do a quick company overview, show you how 6D enables digital transformation, look at a few case studies, and show you some of our key clientele from around the world. We will not have time for questions, unfortunately, but you can always come and see us at the booth. So Manish Chandra is the Executive Director and Chief Sales Officer at 6D Technologies. Manish has been with the company since inception, some 21 years. He doesn't look old enough, does he really? But he's been instrumental in leading the vision of the organization and grooming the organization to become a global telecom solutions provider. We are very fortunate and honored to have one of our Caribbean customers join us on stage today, Mr. Francois Sutton, Senior Network Engineer at Antigua Public Utilities Authority, APUA, in Antigua and Barbuda. So welcome, Francois. Thank you. As you may recall, I actually retired from Digicel after 16 years of service last July. Here at CANTO, actually, and that retirement only lasted for 5 months. 6D Technologies persuaded me to come out of retirement, so I joined 6D as Vice President Business Development for the Caribbean region. Actually joined last January. But I am from the beautiful island of Antigua and Barbuda, famous for its 365 beaches, as you all know. We are famous for having the 4 S's, sun, sea, and sand. And I'll let you figure out what the other S is. But just to clear your mind, because it's a family show, it stands for sailing. Good, I've got your attention. So, quick company overview. We actually have offices in 10 countries, recently opened an office in Singapore. As I mentioned, 60 Technologies was founded 21 years ago, with a global presence in more than 80 countries, with 150 operators worldwide. We are aligned with the Telemanagement Forum Open Digital Alliance architecture on all platforms. We also have we are also a gold certified member of the Open Application Program Interface, APIs, which is an initiative by the Telemanagement Forum. Currently, we support 14 open APIs. We're in the process of certifying the rest, and we will reach 30 APIs in the next few months. We're also ISO certified. We have over 1,600 plus employees, some 900 in research and development, and all of our products are developed and designed by our own employees. So, why is digital transformation such a big challenge? Well, certainly legacy and old platforms, too old and lengthy business processes, complex approval flows, lack of data insights and intelligence. We group the challenges in digital transformation as follows. Platform challenges, cluttered platforms, lack of unification. Legacy systems are often monolithic, complex, and complexity limits experimentation and makes it difficult to implement new ideas. Business processes are manual and often semi-automated. They also lack future support and delivery agility. Configurable approval process. Not all IT stacks are in the cloud. Also, there's integration challenges with other applications. Data intelligence. There's a lack of data visibility and enhanced analytics. Due to these reasons, the transformations are not happening and are a failure even if it does happen. Transformation is needed for people, process, and technology all working together. 6D Technologies has the following mobile virtual network operators on board and live. Some 6 are shown here. We have Singtel, the biggest brand in Singapore. We have multiple MVNOs on our platform, multi-tenant support, multilingual support, flexible product catalog and configuration. Our first MVO took about 5 months, including the migration, but subsequent MVNOs had very fast deployment in 4 to 10 weeks. So at this point, I'm now going to hand it over to my friend and colleague, Denis, who will continue the presentation.
Hello everyone. I know that everyone is waiting for the lunch session. So before I talk about our telco in a box story, I would quickly like our customer, dear customer from this region, APUA, Mr. Francois, to talk something what we have done for them, so that we understand and experience from their usage what they have learned from us and how flexible the system has been for them. So it's because of the time constraint, I would first like Francois to talk something about the platform and stuff. Whatever good or bad feedback, let's hear from him.
Good afternoon, everyone. 6D came to us at a point when we were
transitioning our network both on the core side and on the technology side to better align ourselves so that we could improve our offering to our customers. And they were able to implement a system for us that we could utilize to streamline our processes, improve the whole customer acquisition process, everything from each stage, from the customer entering the organization and leaving satisfied with services. They came at a point when we were looking to transition from having disjoint systems into consolidating into one converged platform that could offer all of the services that we required internally and all of the services that our customers were challenging us to offer, especially being in a highly competitive environment. And I'm conscious of the fact that everybody's waiting to go and satisfy their palates. So I would just say in a nutshell, we have been with them for 6 years, and they have been quite influential, quite strong in assisting us in growing our business and moving into the next paradigm. And they have a solution that is worth taking a look at.
Thank you, Francois. We are proud to be part of the success story of APUA. Last 6 years, the platform is running, but we are in the verge of upgrading the platform, and hopefully in this month end, the target is to go for the new digital transform system, which will also bring in more efficiency and ease of operational efficiency will come to APUA team. See, the benefit about what we are talking here is that 6D has been doing this kind of transformation where we club the system together, your legacy systems, your old BSS system, or even if you have a new digital transformed BSS system, there are other solutions. We have something called Magic, which is campaign, churn, and profile, and loyalty management system. All those things, if you integrate together, and then you get a very good customer view of how customer is doing, how customer is performing, what is their sentimental analysis. All those stuff, if you see in this slide, what we are talking about, all are decentralized Lego kind of box, where suppose that you have something from someone else, some other vendor, but we can come into play and integrate our other systems, which can help you in easing out your operations and also ensure that your customer satisfaction is also increasing day by day. The biggest challenge what everyone is focusing and experiencing is that network is getting upgraded. You have just now before our session we had security aspects. So why to worry on something which can be clubbed and make a good standalone single platform where you have the complete customer data, customer journey, customer onboarding, and all those stuff. So that way, what we have seen that wherever we have done our these kind of transformation, we have several case studies. In this region, we are with APUA, and a couple of them we are already working in Pacific side, and several small operators, large operators. We have references where we have done this kind of transformation, right from 10,000 subscriber base to 60 million subscriber base. We have this kind of combined digitally transformed system, which is helping our global customers to do ease of business and look more for other aspects of their network issues than getting into multi-vendor scenario where you are dealing every day with a small team, having multiple vendors, integration challenges. So all this comes with a pre-integrated box with so many use cases already covered. So I understand that we have lunch time. I'll just quickly take you to our customer base. We are working in 150 customers, more than 80 countries, doing this kind of transformation day in, day out. And we are looking forward to grow our customer base in the region. We are very happy, and thank you very much for CANTO team and such a lovely presentation always being delivered. And we are also thankful to APUA to join us on the stage and give us some credential about us. We are so delighted and thankful to Francois and entire APUA team. And we are committed to do whatever best possible from our side to help in the region to make system, make life easier and smoother, and increase the ARPU of the customers base where we are targeting to do business. Thank you very much to everyone for extending the time of lunch, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, gentlemen. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't want to drop it, because if I break it, CANTO buys it. You guys have been such a wonderful audience. Thank you for sticking and staying. We know that it's a long day. It's been a long top half. But just before we go to lunch, we just thought it would be really cool to let you know that the Tech for Girls event is a collaboration between CANTO, GSMA, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, Trinidad and Tobago, the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, and other key stakeholders. And at this moment, right now, back in Trinidad, we have young girls participating in the Tech for Girls event. And this is just to broaden their horizon, broaden their scope, and to get more girls and naturally more women in ICT. So that's happening right now in Trinidad. I thought we'd probably be able to stream it in here. I think they'll be showing it while we're at lunch. So we just thought I would love to let you guys know. So you guys have 45 minutes.
So I think it is now time to get noticed. I do wish you all the best. I wish you all the success as you continue.
I believe that's the Tech for Girls that's now being streamed into the room. But you have 45 minutes for lunch, and so we will see you guys back here where we will resume. Thank you so very much. Don't forget to use the hashtag CANTO 2023 for your photos and your videos. Thank you.
I'm proud to be TNT. I'm proud to be TNT. I love this place. This is my country. I'm proud to be TNT. So proud to be TNT. I love this place. It's my country. Where we throwing javelin and belting ways. There's room for every creed and race. Greetings with a big warm embrace, like medium heavy all kind of taste. Where steel pan hums and it as a drum. We love the night and embrace the sun. We dance in the street and go about it mother. When the iron beat you go feel the love. We have fruits for all kind of season. Limes for all kind of reason. This place is full of a plenty. Passion, so proud this my nation. I'm proud to be TNT. I love this place. This is my country. I'm proud to be TNT.
Be Mobile celebrates all the things that make us proud. We are proud to be TNT.
TSTT is the only local service provider in Trinidad and Tobago, and we are proud to own 1 out of 2 TIA 942B accredited rated 3 data centers in the Caribbean and 1 out of 5 in the Latin American region.
Our company API is worldwide, in presence with offices in more than 10 countries worldwide, and with partners in more than 60 countries, and having done audits, trainings in more than 150 cities worldwide.
So in terms of infrastructure, we have two 12 kV feeds from TNTech, which covers our power aspect. Then we have backup power facilitated by our two 1.2 megawatt generators. And this is backed up by our bulk fuel tank, which allows us about a little more than a month's worth of fuel for the amount of time that we have. Also, we have conditioned power via our rotary type UPSs. These are environmentally friendly as opposed to static type UPSs. We have no batteries. It actually conditions the power supply as opposed to most static type UPSs. Whereas we are able to change and convert that odd supply that we get from TNTech into a perfect world supply to provide to our critical load in our data center.
We've really invested a lot into getting the data centers fully certified.
TSCT's data center is TSCT's state-of-the-art data center in terms of electrical, power, control, and IT hardware. We are TIA 942B certified as a rated 3 data center. This accreditation not only covers the electrical and mechanical aspects of the data center, but includes categories such as security, architecture, networking infrastructure, fire suppression, and safety.
It is very important that the certification TIA 942 has 4 main areas, which are architectural, the building, location, etc. Second, mechanical, including cooling, safety, security, fire suppression. Third, electrical, and fourth, telecommunications, to make sure that your communications are uptime and reliable.
We developed a complex system based on world-class technology and sound infrastructure for our own success.
This TIA certification also means for our customers that we're fully certified in producing and also rendering telecommunication services and connectivity for our clients.
We know the effects of the labor and all the natural disasters and the laws that are prohibitive towards people in the region putting their stuff on the cloud.
We at TSCT could give you that comfort zone and that your data is perfectly fine and secured. We have partnered with all the major security firms, whether it be Checkpoint and Palo Alto, to provide you with that comfort. And we are also have expertise in all the engineers that operate our cloud services, so they are aware of all the new trends in the industry and to assure you that your data also stays on island and there's nowhere outside. So to give you that sort of comfort zone.
Our client base, okay, is from the big companies like HP, IBM that we have partners with, but also big telco companies, government agencies, banks, universities, everyone that has a data center, because they need to make sure that the reliability of their data center is secure and they do the right service and a reliable service to their customers.
This data center is TIA 942 certified, which means it meets international global standards and the highest standards for data centers.
I'm proud to be TNT. I'm proud to be TNT. I love this place. Yes. country. I'm proud to be, so proud to be. I love this place. It's my country. Where we throwing javelin and pelting ways. There's room for every creed and grace. Greetings with a big warm embrace, like medium heavy, all kind of taste. Where steel pan hums and it as a drums. We love the night and embrace the sun. We dance in the street and covered in mud. And when the iron beat, you go feel the love. We have fruits for all kind of season, limes for all kind of reason. This place is full of a plenty passion. So proud this my nation. I'm proud to be TNT. I love this place. This is my country. I'm proud to be TNT. So proud to be.
Mobile celebrates all the things that make us proud. We are proud to be TNT.